Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukakaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Prologue, Lost, and Yet to be Found. The capital city, Zeebrugge, bustled constantly with activity. Its wide, well-paved roads crisscrossed the city, hosting a continuous flow of countless pedestrians and carriages. It was so lively that travelers thought festivals were hosted daily at Zeebrugge. With a large population in the capital came more commerce. With more commerce came a more developed capital city. And so, despite its short history, Zeebrugge was considered one of the world's most developed cities in existence. In this vibrant capital city, you could find all sorts of treasures, from powerful weapons and pieces of armor, to delicacies found only by the sea, to rare books with only a few copies in existence, to expensive precious cure-all magical potions, and most notably to the enigmatic collection of relics originating from the nearby treasure vaults. The region around Zeebrugge was blessed with an exceptional number of treasure vaults compared to that of neighboring nations, thanks to the several major ley lines that ran through the area. This concentration of vaults had established Zeebrugge's reputation as the holy land for treasure hunting, which had also greatly contributed to the city's advancement. Treasure hunters doubled as splendid merchants and superhuman warriors, bringing in magical items that weren't replicable with modern technology and vanquishing fearsome monsters and phantoms head-on. While the riches they brought back from vaults fueled the city's expansion, the treasure hunters scared off potential invaders with their prowess at the same time. All in all, Zeebrugge was the epitome of this golden age of treasure hunting. And yet, its growth continued unabated. We, the Grieving Souls, had moved all the way from our podunk town to the capital precisely because we'd known the city offered everything we needed to become treasure hunters. Indeed, Zeebrugge had exceeded our expectations. While no one could deny my friend's hard work in the past, the robust inventory and connections to excellent mentors found in the city had skyrocketed their prowess. And so, the Grievers in high gear had sprinted up the path to what most people considered the glory of treasure hunters. Fun fact, in the 5 years since we had settled in the capital, the Grievers, minus me, had checked off pretty much every vault in the area. Zeebrugge still remained our base of operations, not only because of the convenience it offered and the friends we'd made in those years, but also because of our desire to contribute to the city's growth. And yet this capital that we owed our success to was now facing a threat, the likes of which it had never seen before. I was in my room on the top floor of the clan house with my head buried in my hands. The Sitri slime was nowhere to be found, nowhere. For the past hour, I had scoured the room, but I had found not even a trace of it. I had looked everywhere from my vast collection of relics to the space under my bed. There was nothing. It was a nice, warm afternoon. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken a nap in the clanmaster's chair, or have scouted out someone random to be my bodyguard as I strolled through town. Instead, I plopped down on my bed and was parched from all the searching. Crap! I can't find it anywhere! I had only realized that the capsule no longer contained the slime right before chucking it at the Phantom in White Wolf's den. Luckily, we had made it out of the vault safely thanks to our cute little walking genocide, but I was left with one important question. Where in the world was that Sitri slime? In my defense, I had never opened the capsule. It had been locked away in my safe ever since it was given to me. As far as I was concerned, that thing was one slip of the finger away from causing a catastrophe. I always dealt with danger by avoiding it in the first place. Normally, slimes would be well known to be the weakest among monsters. They were weak to everything, including heat, cold, physical attacks, and even just impact. They were so weak that every kid in the boonies would have stomped on wild slimes for fun at some point. Slimes would, normally, also be famous for the ability to be generated through certain abilities. Along with their high adaptability and capacity to change their nature in reaction to environmental changes, slimes made perfect test subjects for experiments. Of course, there was a limit to a slime's adaptability, and letting a single slime loose would not have been a big deal normally. If it was a normal slime, that was. The Sitri slime was a creation of the Griever's Alchemist, Sitri Smart. Sitri had saddled me with a slightly dangerous, experimental product of hers that could, according to her, reduce the entire capital to ruins. Needless to say, her idea of slightly couldn't be trusted. Sitri was brilliant enough to make up for her relatively feeble physicality. In fact, out of all the Griever's freaks, she was the one who had grown the most. She had grappled with her own weakness at the beginning of our journey, just like I had done, except she had already been much stronger than I had been at the time. Since the other Grievers had all shown signs of exceptional talents off the bat, I had been the only one who had sympathized with her plight. In hindsight, she had just been a late bloomer. Now she was just as strong as any of my other friends in our party. As she gained knowledge, experience, and status, Sitri's abilities had grown dramatically. Regardless, a sense of special camaraderie remained between her and me. Yet, despite her brilliance, Sitri was lacking in the common sense department. Because of our bond, she would occasionally gift me fruits of her labor as gestures of pure kindness. I couldn't just turn them down, mostly because she'd just ditch them on a street corner or somewhere, and inevitably wreak havoc on the city. What's more, she would often neglect to mention key information about her creations, causing me to unknowingly mishandle them. The Sitri slime was the latest example. No. This can't be my fault. I haven't even opened that safe ever since I put the capsule in. Okay, let me think this through rationally. I had handled the slime with the utmost caution. The thing was inside a metallic capsule, and even my dumbass self, who had dropped a relic sword mid-flight without noticing, couldn't be that unlucky to have dropped only the contents of a sealed capsule. That'd be impossible, even if I tried. The capsule had been destroyed, so I couldn't confirm. But there wasn't any scratch on the thing as far as I remembered, let alone any holes. The contents of the capsule being stolen while it was still in the safe was also very unlikely, as the safe was in my secure room. What's more, the safe itself was a relic. I couldn't guarantee that no one could crack the safe, but I would have known if anyone did. Considering all of that, there was only one possible conclusion. The capsule was empty to begin with. It was so obvious. Oh, Sitri, what a prankster! Convincing myself to accept that conclusion, I fell back onto my bed. Sitri wasn't an idiot like me, though it also wasn't like her to pull a prank like this. But this was the only possibility I could think of. That's what I told myself. Anyway, whatever. I didn't want to think about this anymore. I felt like I was going to barf if I did. It was another peaceful day in the capital, and that's all that mattered. I should forget about slimes altogether. Besides, be it Sitri's creation or not, that thing was a slime, the most pathetic monster there ever was. How much damage could a lone slime do to the robust capital, really? Of course, reducing the entire capital to ruins was obviously an exaggeration. If anything happened, the city was packed full of skilled hunters who could deal with the problem. Clutching my stomach, which was in knots, I continued to compel myself to believe that everything would be fine. The Crimson Wolf Knights seemed formidable at first glance. Their full armor sets deflected most attacks, and their different weapons meant that hunters would have to strategize differently to counter each phantom. On top of that, their heavy blows were powerful enough to keep even experienced mid-tier hunters on their toes. However, these Wolf Knights only posed a serious threat to exploring parties that were oblivious to the Wolf Knight's existence. Tough armors could be pierced with powerful weapons, and the different weapons could be countered with preparation as long as the hunters knew beforehand which weapon the phantoms wielded. And even if mid-tier hunters couldn't handle these phantoms, there would always be higher-leveled hunters who could take on the job. Gathered at the level 3 White Wolf's den in the middle of a dense forest were a dozen hunters, varying in dress and equipment. One was dressed from head to toe in armor like a proper knight, and another one like she had come for a nighttime stroll. But these hunters all had one thing in common. They were all top-tier hunters at level 5 or higher. This was a team of hunters who were well known even among the sea of hunters and prospective hunters who called Zebridia their home. It was commonly accepted that the average level of treasure hunters was level 3. Achieving higher levels required exceptional talent or luck, or both. On the hunter's part, high-level hunters were superhuman in one way or another. For starters, having absorbed mana material from numerous treasure vaults, these hunters were physically much stronger than the mid-tier hunters. For those who regularly traverse treasure vaults ranked much higher than level 3, these Wolf Knights weren't a cause for much concern. Wasn't this a level 3 vault?
Yeah, apparently the phantoms here became much stronger over the past week or two. I heard they got Rudolph, the Lancer. What a tough boss.
For real? Wait, but I saw Rudolph at the association today.
Luckily, the rescue team made it in time.
Huh. That's gotta be a first. Even as the hunters engaged in small talk, they fought without pause. Now, a bullet of magic was fired through the Wolf Knight's skull, and the towering phantom fell to the ground. These hunters were gathered to assess the status of White Wolf's den. While it was rare for the difficulty of a treasure vault to increase out of the blue like this, it wasn't unheard of. When something unexpected like this happened, the association would file a reconnaissance quest to have experienced hunters reassess the level of the treasure vault. Since the government also had a vested interest in keeping tabs on all treasure vaults, these quests were often backed by the Zebridian Empire with a bountiful reward, making these quests easy money for top-tier hunters.
Good thing he survived.
The reconnaissance quest had only been issued by the Association the previous day, which meant that the rescue party couldn't have known of the current anomalies in the vault ahead of time. The rescue party should certainly have been on guard, knowing that a level 5 hunter had gone missing. Regardless, that mission could have easily gone sideways.
Yeah, the 1,000 Tricks took that one. Geez, a level 8? Why would he be there?
Who knows why he does anything? He has some hidden agenda, that's for sure.
True.
And so, they stopped thinking about it. Among the numerous hunters in the capital, only 3 had reached level 8. They'd all earned the accolade through receiving special distinctions from the association for their extraordinary record of treasure vault, conquests, or other contributions to the treasure hunting community. The 1,000 Tricks in particular was a hunter who had delved into every aspect of treasure hunting. He was the leader of the highly talented Grieving Souls, the master of a rapidly growing clan, and a hunter of high ranks through his travels to numerous vaults. Yet, on the other hand, most hunters seldom heard so much as a rumor about his activities, nor had they met the 1,000 Tricks, who lived in his clan headquarters and rarely showed himself in public, in person. It had been rumored that his appearance was quite unassuming for his level. Even so, the hunters assumed that these rumors didn't describe the real 1,000 Tricks. That is because, for a hunter to raise their level, they had to accumulate recognition points, doled out by the association, and then pass an examination. Although there were plenty of ways to earn points, the examinations were all brutal trials of skill.
Let's go in and check up on the higher level Wolf Knights and the boss, if possible. Let's earn that paycheck. Roger that?
At the team leader's command, all members of the party looked towards the gloomy opening of the treasure vault. They were ready for combat in a wink.
Icy air flowed from the cave, carrying a howl meant to intimidate the new band of intruders.
Chapter 1, The Stifled Shadow Returns. The large window of the clan master's office let in plenty of sunlight onto the needlessly impressive desk and chair. Now that winter had come and gone, and the air was getting warmer, this was the time of day when I would like to take a nap. Without any urgent tasks on my plate, I was absent-mindedly polishing relics at my desk when Vice Clan Master Eva Renfide entered. She was wearing her perfectly pressed complete uniform and a pair of red-framed glasses that contrasted her glacial eyes. When we were in the room together like this, we formed a beautiful contrast of an expert secretary and her bone-headed boss. Unlike the Puppet Clan Master, yours truly, she seemed to be going through another busy day taking on all aspects of clan management.
The association wants to ask you about the details of White Wolf's den.
Without even a single word of admonishment, what an incredible Vice Clan Master she was. She used to give me a hard time every now and again when she first started, but she must have lost all hope in me by now. Is Ark back yet? I was so tired, having barely slept from worrying about the missing slime.
I don't think Ark could handle this, given that he hasn't been to the den himself. And you're too dependent on him anyway.
I needed more Arks. He was strong and a great person. People respected him too. Surely I couldn't be blamed for relying on this clanmate of mine, especially when most other top-tier hunters had a few screws loose in their heads. From experience, I had learned that most problems could be solved by passing the buck to Ark, if only I could have him be the clan master instead of me. Well, even though this reliance had led to that traumatizing experience in White Wolf's den, that was all on me. Ark hadn't done anything wrong. He never did. Incidentally, I was confident that he could do something about the missing slime conundrum of mine. Tino's the leader. Go tell her. I just caught up to them afterwards. I had gone to rescue them, but it wasn't like I had taken out any phantoms or had helped save Tino's party in any way. Although, technically, since Liz had tailed me into the den, I was the root cause of Liz saving the party. But looking back on it, I was spectacularly pathetic. Back in the day, I had dreamed of becoming the kind of hunter who could swoop into mortal peril and save whoever was in distress. I dared not kid myself like that anymore. All that mattered was that Tino and her party returned to the capital safe and sound. Never mind. Anyway, has anything happened in the capital?
Anything. What do you mean specifically?
Eva was extremely capable. She had taken my vague and directionless concepts of clan management and made them into a reality. Unlike me, she had the skills necessary to keep first steps running, even now that it had ballooned out of control. In fact, every member of the clan, except me, was very talented. One such skill of Eva's was her ears around the capital. If anything was off in the city, she'd know about it. There wasn't anything that resembled alarm in her voice when I asked the question. Ergo, I didn't let the Sitri slime loose onto the city. QCD. I settled myself back into my chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Everything was all right. I hoped. It's fine. If nothing's going on.
I'll look into it straight away.
No, it's all right. There's no need for that. It's totally fine. There's probably nothing. Let's just take it easy. Eva stared at me dubiously. Perhaps her only flaw was that she took her job too seriously. There was no need to go poke the beehive. Time would solve most problems in this world. But I really needed Sitri to come back before it was too late.
And Tina is tied up in her training with Liz.
Huh. That's very studious of her. Not everyone could jump right back into training after a life-and-death quest like the one she'd just been through. To think how far Tino had grown since her days as a mere normal girl was quite touching. Now she was steadily growing to become a superb hunter. And it also seemed that Liz was actually being a good mentor. That gave me an idea. Yet, a rush of sleepiness made me yawn. I'd fall asleep if I stayed in my chair. Of course, the clan would function just fine while I snoozed away, but it wouldn't be good for Eva's morale if I napped the day away while she worked non-stop. Not that I cared if I got voted out of my position, but the clan couldn't afford to have Eva quit. Maybe I should stop by and say hi. Training grounds?
That'd be a great idea. They are in the B2 training grounds.
Okie dokie. Take care of things around here, will you? I waved at Eva, who maintained a stoic expression throughout, and walked out of the office.
I need information now. Go find out any and all irregularities occurring in the capital, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Understood.
Eva Renfide was a former merchant. Before starting her career as the vice clan master, she had been a member of Wells Trading, one of the largest trading companies in the competitive market of Zeebrudea. Although Eva hadn't held a high position at Wells at the time Krai had hunted her, she had been maintaining her connections with the company even after she switched careers. Since her early days on the job, Eva had been using her position to construct an intricate information network throughout the city the best she could to contribute to the clan's success. First Steps was an enormous clan, and a roster of talented hunters was akin to a formidable army. Therefore, a clan of Steps' caliber always drew the attention of the government, merchants, other hunters, and even thieves. Eva, with all the connections she had built, had been gathering all the information she could from her merchant network, the papers, the word of mouth of treasure hunters, and even her contacts within the association. Information had to be fresh, and Eva knew the importance of freshness. Her subordinates had been keeping her up to date with the newest occurrences in the capital constantly. That's why when the clan master asked her that question, it came as a great shock to Eva. As far as she knew, there had been nothing highly unusual in the capital recently except for the powerful phantoms emerging in White Wolf's den, but Krai had already experienced that firsthand and should know better than she did. Eva took pride in her information network. If she hadn't worked with Krai for as long as she had, she wouldn't have given much thought to his question, certainly not enough to have sent an employee out to investigate. Eva found her boss quite mysterious. When they had first met, Krai was a boy without a moniker, nor the coveted level 8. A few years had passed since then, but she still struggled to get a grasp on that man who was always bored in his office polishing his relics. He never gave directions when it came to running the clan, nor did Eva ever see him partaking in any traditional treasure hunting activities. He didn't look strong at all, and except for the occasional bizarre choices he made, his character was also nothing noteworthy. Neither did he have the fire in him that was in the few hunters in the clan who would become heroes one day. At least Eva hadn't seen it in him. In fact, Krai always kept going on about the nonsense of retiring from hunting and being the clan master. If anyone watched his day at work without knowing who he was, they would have called him a slacker. Even Eva was once disgruntled with his brazen ineptitude when she first started her job. But now, she knew that Krai was more than what he seemed to be. Eva put faith in Krai's every word. His seemingly random comments always ended up to be ridiculously accurate predictions. His predictions surprised even Eva, who knew the capital like the back of her hand. On numerous occasions, she had witnessed Krai premonishing occurrences that came without any warning otherwise. Abnormalities in distant treasure vaults, dramas among empire nobles, shadowy deeds of crime syndicates, and even natural disasters like earthquakes. Krai was in no position to have been privy to all this information, but still, he predicted things that evaded even the world's most expansive information networks. He always explained it away as coincidence or dumb luck, but Eva had a feeling even Krai didn't expect her to believe those excuses. Once could have been a coincidence, but with all the coincidences, Eva had no choice but to believe that her boss had a cryptic ability of foresight above mere talent. Thousand Tricks, a befitting moniker indeed. When she first heard the moniker, Eva thought there could be no better moniker for the clan master. Krai was the reason that talented hunters had flocked into Steppes. Multitudes of self-centered, prideful hunters all fell into line under this unassuming youth. At times, Krai seemed like even more of a freak than all the other obviously superhuman hunters combined. Eva took pride in her abilities, but she also knew that she was a mere mortal. If Krai had sensed a sign, Eva would take his word for it no matter how out of the blue it seemed. Having commanded her legion of staff in the Vice Clan Master's office, a room much more cluttered than her boss's, Eva watched the streets through her window. She chased the nagging thoughts of her scheduled task out of her mind and attempted to identify anything she might have missed about the state of the city.
What's going on in the capital right now?
This was Eva's routine whenever Krai blurted out such a premonition. Traversing a treasure vault was an ordeal. Never-ending traps, unforgiving environments, and battles against monsters and phantoms were always matters of life and death, no matter how much precaution hunters took. This was why good hunters never stopped improving. There were plenty of facilities in the capital built for hunters to hone their crafts in, and one of the most thought-out features of the first Steppes clan house had to be the training grounds. I doubted that many other clans in the capital, even those at least the size of Steppes, had built-in training grounds in their clan house. Steppes' widely popular training grounds, reaching 5 stories underground, were always available to all clan members. Hunters who could take on high-level treasure vaults were ridiculously powerful and destructive. I was told that building the training grounds to withstand the force of their training cost a pretty penny. Not that I knew too much about the construction process, I had only thrown in 2 cents on the project. But apparently, Eva and her staff went through a lot of trouble to make sure that it was properly built. On my way down the steel stairs to the training grounds, I passed a familiar party of 5. One of them, a burly, brown-haired man with a scar splitting his cheek, spotted me and stared at me wide-eyed. He carried with him a halberd that looked like it could split a full armor set in half. I did recognize him, his name was on the tip of my tongue.
Master Krai, funny seeing you down here. Up for some training?
As clan master, I absolutely did not know every name and face in the clan, but since every member had to go through an interview with me before joining, I was supposed to have met all of them at least once. Yet, there was nothing but crickets in my brain at this moment. I still hadn't gotten used to people knowing my name without me knowing theirs. They didn't know I was blanking on their names, right? I wore a gentle smile to cover up that fact. Yeah, something like that. You guys have been training? The party shared a look. That wasn't good. That was a telltale sign of bad news incoming. I felt a powerful urge to cower.
Yes, but it may be best not to go down there at the moment. It's a bit turbulent. That wasn't training. That was torture.
Okay, maybe I wasn't going down to the training grounds. I already had a good guess as to what they were talking about. Liz. She was bloodthirsty and didn't understand the word moderation. Sadly, she had this built-in feature where you could always find her at the end of a trail of knocked-out humans or dead monsters, or at the dead center of the nearest commotion, really. Liz's training, which made Tino's improvements possible, apparently was harsh even in the eyes of experienced hunters. But don't get me wrong. Tino was a good hunter. Not many hunters had what it took to reach level 4 so rapidly. I was sure it wasn't as bad as literal torture. Although, Liz could be in an overexcited state, having just returned from a hunt. Don't worry, Liz is usually turbulent.
Right. The Steffled Shadow is one of your party's members.
I was sorry that one of mine was always causing trouble.
We hear she's attacking anyone who tries to stop her. You might want to wait until the dust settles.
I was really sorry that one of mine was always causing trouble. I wondered how wild it was in there. Why were these 5 hunters who fought monsters on a daily basis looking so exhausted? Why couldn't Liz just take it easy after what had happened in White Wolf's den? It was her prerogative to train Tino however she saw fit, but I very much preferred if she could stop negatively affecting the rest of the clan in the process. Don't worry, I'll figure something out.
If you say so, we won't stop you.
They were terrified of her. Sigh so much for our clan rule, everyone must get along. Liz had always been nippy, and just about the furthest person from moderation. But now that she had superhuman powers, she was like a little monster. I continued down the stairs so I could stop her violence, followed by the, for all I knew, nameless party for some reason. There were several clan members just hanging out at the entrance to the B2 training grounds. Ha! How bizarre. A man of dark green hair turned towards me. He and I were about the same height, but it was easy to tell from his build that he was an established hunter. A few years older than me, he was, but still in the range of what people would consider young hunters. He was Sven Anger, one of the OGs in the clan, a clan member I'd known for years, and an excellent archer. Sven was the leader of the level 6 party Obsidian Cross, one of the better parties in the clan. He was like the trusty older brother among clanmates.
Krai, about time you came to pick her up. You gotta pull the reins on the stifled shadow in there. We can't even use the training grounds.
Dealing with superhuman barbarians isn't my forte. In fact, Sven and his Obsidian Cross crew specialized in taking out monsters and beasts over vault diving. I was doubtful that my figurehead self would fare any better than they did.
That's your barbarian. She's gotten stronger again.
That was a bit harsh. They were clanmates after all. So, she'd gotten stronger again, had she? I let out a short sigh and said defeatedly, "Okay." Unfortunately, my friends had long outgrown the confines of my comprehension. I had lost track of how freakish their abilities had become. Catching bullets blindfolded wasn't good enough for them, apparently.
No one Sem. No Lucia. There's no one here who can stop her. Why has Liz come back on her own?
Sven probably could have put up a good fight against Liz, but then she'd keep on biting until one of them went down. There were two factions in Grieving Souls generally, the troublemakers and the relatively level-headed members. There was a recurring formula in our party where Liz or Luke would start a fire which Ansem or Lucia would then have to put out. Without a tamer, Liz could be far more dangerous than a literal monster. I was so sorry. One of mine was always causing trouble. She deactivated all the traps and made it to the boss room without a scratch, then decided to just drop the whole thing and run home.
She was at Night Palace, wasn't she?
I couldn't believe it either. Liz really was a free spirit. Leaving your party behind in a vault was one of the unforgivable sins of the hunter world, but our party had a unique way of working. Other than one member whom we'd added to the party later as a sort of experiment, all of us were old friends and free spirits. It just worked. Well, it wasn't like they were without a healer and they still had another thief with them. They'd be fine.
If you don't stop her soon, Tino's dead.
Aha! You're blowing it out of proportion. People don't die that easily.
No, she's seriously.
Sure, Liz was prone to be genocidal sometimes, and couldn't help but bark at everyone, and had been arrested numerous times for fighting, and even had a bounty on her head in the underground. She had plenty of flaws, but she wasn't the kind of person who could kill her own apprentice. Sven and his party took a step back. I smiled amusedly, slowly opening the door to the training grounds. Liz imperiously stood in the center of the training grounds, her bright pink hair tied in a ponytail and her revealing outfit showing much of her tanned skin were typical of thieves. Without the nearly knee-high metallic boot relic, Apex Roots, she would have looked like a normal girl. To be honest, her berating what looked like a large dirty rag by her feet was neither normal nor girly.
Why won't you get up? Why? Have you hit your limit already? That can't be right. Are you slacking? Are you mocking me? You want to die T? You think you won't die? You think I won't kill you? I will. Don't you have anything that matters to anything that you want to protect? Your arms and legs are still attached. Why won't you move them? If that's what it takes for you to actually try, you can die now.
All right, that's enough. I cheerfully called as I clapped my hands. I was sickened on the inside. Of course, did it really have to be kill or be killed for her every day of the year? I ran over to the clump on the ground, a Catino, to see it squeaking out cries of half pain and half sorrow. Tino had curled herself up as small as she could. She was quivering. Tino's pool of hair on the ground shifted slightly as she motioned to lift her head. And, before her eyes, Liz stomped hard on the ground. Tino twitched. The floor that had been built to withstand the rigorous training of hunters now had an indentation in the shape of Liz's boot. How she had packed that much strength in her tiny frame, I'd never know.
What is it, crybaby? You see,
Her rose quartz-colored eyes pierced me with their sight. She had a ridiculously low boiling point, but she took strength seriously. She had honed her skills through a myriad of tribulations, at times crawling back from the brink of death. She set very high bars for Tino, but she was also coaching her apprentice sincerely. What's more, she hated it when her coaching was interrupted. Our clan had been running for a few years at this point, which meant the older parties had known Liz for a long time. Her disdain for interruptions had become so well known that no one dared step in.
T's talented, maybe even more so than me, but she's so weak. Why is that? I was a lot stronger when I was her age.
Tino was plenty strong. Everyone was when compared to me. Wasn't that enough? We ought to celebrate our differences. Aha. I managed to keep my smile glued on as I stood between Liz and Tino. Sven's party stood silently at the door, watching with bated breath as a horrible tension filled the training grounds.
This isn't enough. At this rate, T could be a dead weight to you again, crybaby. You're so nice and might have forgiven her for that, but I need my apprentice to be stronger than this at the minimum. If T's a little wimp, people will think I'm also a wimp.
Apparently, it was all because of how things went back in White Wolf's den. True, Tino couldn't complete the mission on her own and suffered an injury at the hands of a surprisingly powerful phantom. We also would have been wiped out in that vault if Liz hadn't shown up. But all that was on me for sending Tino's party. I'd explained everything to Liz right after we'd returned from the vault, but apparently, my rationale went in one of her ears and out the other. Tino was the furthest thing from a wimp. No one would think so. Level 4 was a respectable rank for a hunter, and Tino had certainly earned it. Her looks might draw some debate, but she dealt with that so far.
You busybodies tried to stop me, but it's none of your business. Unlike you, Dunces, T needs to get stronger. And you can't get stronger if you're not willing to die trying to. There's no time to rest. There's no time to mess around. Are you trying to make my apprentice a bag of garbage? I'll slit all your throats first.
It wasn't an empty threat. I believed in her willingness to act on murderous rage. As twisted as that was, it showed her passion for training her apprentice. Tino was still a ball on the ground, shaking.
You understand, don't you, crybaby?
The sweetness in her voice felt like a dagger against my throat. With a frozen smile, I answered, "Uh-huh. I appreciate your enthusiasm. But Tino's reached her limit, so let's call it a day." I didn't know how many hours they had been at it, but Tino was on the floor. Without Ansem here to heal her, too much torture could leave long-term damage. I wasn't enthusiastic about potentially triggering Liz, but there was no one else who could stop her.
Oh, crybaby? Are you stopping me?
Uh-huh, sure am. Her eyes opened wide. Behind those pink irises whirled powerful energy that could blow at any moment. For a few seconds, Liz looked into my eye with a gaze so strong that I felt her staring into my soul. The air felt heavy with tension. Slowly, Liz reached out and touched my cheek. Then she beamed.
Then, let's call it a day.
She declared in a cheerfulness that completely contrasted with the frigidness she had shown moments earlier.
Sorry, T. I held back to keep myself from killing you. You were still twitching, so I thought you could keep going. But if Crybaby says so, you must be at your limit, right? Master?
Why was she calling me instead of Liz? Tino slowly raised her head. On her face was the smiling skull mask, the emblem of grieving souls. There were no openings for eyes on the mask. There were no tears running down the forever smiling mask. Why was she wearing the mask?
I wanted to see if T would suck a little less if she joined us. I wanted to see if T was ready. But no, she couldn't do anything with just the mask blinding her. There's no room in our party for anyone like that, is there?
Despite Liz's conviction, grieving souls had no such requirement. If there had been, I wouldn't be in the party. In fact, the only one requirement for joining was a recommendation from an existing member. That being said, I felt it was still too early to let Tino in. It's not like Tino couldn't pull her weight, but as much as I wanted to recruit new members, the treasure vaults my friends were taking on now were far too dangerous for Tino. I didn't want anyone dragging Tino into a high-level vault to train and end up killing her. The other grievers could probably keep her safe, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Uh-huh. I don't think it's time just yet.
When do you think she'll be ready, Crybaby?
Don't ask me. I was practically a figurehead who didn't really know the current state of the party anymore. Pretending to contemplate but not actually putting much thought into the question, I just said while maintaining my smile, "When she's on your level."
What?
She didn't have to sound like a dying puppy. I was only kidding. Liz was her mentor after all. I was sure she'd recommend Tino to the party when the time was right. What weight did my word hold anyway?
You're such a meanie, Cry. She'll never join the party this way.
Now, that's not true. I was looking forward to Tino joining our party as much as anyone. After witnessing her performance in White Wolf's den, I was sure it wouldn't be long until she joined. But I didn't mention this, of course, because it all came down to Liz's decision.
So, what are you doing here, crybaby? You couldn't stay without me?
Gark wants to ask Tino about the den.
Look at you. Doing the footwork, crybaby? You could have just sent somebody. Why didn't anyone volunteer?
I patted her head and combed through her silky hair to distract her from that train of thought. She gave me a smile. It's fine. I wanted to go. Actually, it was me whom he'd asked for.
Is it urgent? If it is, I'll throw her into Gark's office right now.
This was how Liz had always treated Tino. I'd never understand why Tino, as much as she feared Liz, still looked up to her. It's not urgent. It can wait until she's recovered. Like tomorrow, or the day after that. Or we could just not go at all. What a brilliant idea, I'd just say I had forgotten about it.
Did you hear that, T? I know you did. Do you understand? If you hear me, nod.
At the sound of Liz's voice, Tino's head moved up and down almost imperceptibly. Tino was in a state worse than when she was in the den. Feeling just so bad for her, I watched Tino and sighed. Sure, Tino was a hunter and Liz's apprentice, but she was also a member of my clan and a friend of mine. I have to get Liz away for now. Tino needs some time. I wasn't engaged in active treasure hunting to say the least, but this was part of my job description as party leader, I was sure. Going around behind Liz, I grabbed her by the shoulders too frail to belong to a girl who butchered every phantom in her path, and started pushing. Okay, Lizzie, let's go somewhere else now.
Cry, baby. Are you babying me?
No. Of course not. What a good girl you are. That ought to quell her, right? My clanmates, who had been watching with bated breath by the door, looked distressed by this turn of events. Liz, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind the attention. These taming skills of mine were years in the making. I knew Liz was self-centered by nature, and taking an apprentice hadn't changed that.
So, where's somewhere else? Like a date?
To get ice cream? I proposed even though I knew Liz couldn't stand sweet things. Neither could Sitri nor Lucia nor Insum. I was the only griever who had a sweet tooth. I'd usually ask Tino to tag along since she was the only one around who shared my taste. Sure enough, the suggestion dampened Liz's cheer. Just as Liz opened her mouth to speak, below her, a bloody and calloused hand caught her attention as it clasped around one of her boots. A dangerous gleam flickered in Liz's eyes.
What are you doing, T? I'm having a conversation with Cry Baby right now. I can still go, Master.
I couldn't see her face under the suffocating mask that supplanted every emotion of its wearer with a twisted grin. To be frank, I regretted my choice of a party emblem. Liz gently removed my hands from her shoulders and turned towards Tino. Oh dear, I was afraid this wasn't looking good for Tino.
Wow, you couldn't move at all until a second ago. I thought I made sure your bones were fractured. There's no way you recovered this quickly. Look, Cry, my little T is finally getting stronger.
She was on cloud 9 despite having been interrupted? I dared not question why. I could only stand there aghast as Liz doted on Tino. Tino looked shattered on the floor like she needed immediate healing. But then, amazingly, Tino feebly rose to her knees. And, just barely to her feet. She was so dazed that I felt like even I could have taken her down in a fight. At that moment, I was truly grateful that she had the mask on to hide her expression.
You did it again, Cry Baby. I always felt like I couldn't give her that one last push. I'm so jealous of you, Cry Baby. That's it, T. You can do so much better. This is what you were missing.
I stood there wondering what exactly she was talking about. Again, I dared not ask. Liz was in overdrive. She was burning in a fiery energy so intense that it was almost tangible. Her moniker, Stifled Shadow, had once belonged to the most famous thief in Zabrudia. Liz had sought out his tutelage and inherited the moniker in a matter of just a few years. Rumor had it that the life of a stifled shadow stretched beyond that of us mortals. And when a stifled shadow used their full power, their hearts shuddered and their body burned with intense heat.
I'm really sorry, Cry Baby. Do you mind sitting out for a bit?
Really? She's going to resume Tino's training? Tino, at the brink of collapse, had no chance in any world against a full-powered Liz. The look in Liz's eye told me that she had no intention of holding back either.
I don't mind if you stay, but wouldn't that be a bit cruel for T? You can't see her face, but she wouldn't want you to see what's about to happen to her, coughing up blood and peeing herself. I can't get too close to killing her since we don't have a healer here, but the embarrassment of being seen by you in that state would kill me instead if I were her. You understand, don't you? You can watch next time, Crybaby. But this is the first time she'll be going this far. Have some mercy on her, won't you?
Damn. Liz had the same energy whether she was livid or ecstatic. Yes, ma'am. I could only nod in the face of Liz's smile, which beamed like a sunflower. I did manage to steal a glance at Tino, who seemed willing to continue her training. I would never understand what drove them to this extreme. Hunters really were an enigma. Sorry about that. There's no getting through to Liz once she gets like that. Liz never had a moral quandary for starting fights with others, although at least she listened to her childhood friends. But by listened, I really do mean that she only listened and took our words under advisement, nothing more. There was no ordering her around under any circumstances. Each basement floor of the clan house hosted training grounds with varying equipment. The one Liz was occupying now was the one designed for thieves. It had everything from hand-to-hand combat training tools, to dagger-throwing targets, to booby traps, and to treasure chests. The problem was that this was the only training ground that was equipped with those facilities. These training grounds weren't small enough for a pair of hunters to completely take over, but this was an exception. I'd exhausted every measure to get Liz out of there. So, Sven's party would have to settle for one of the other training grounds or put off training altogether until tomorrow.
It is what it is. This isn't the first time you've pushed one of us to the limit anyway.
No, I was trying to stop.
No need to explain. I know. Making Tino stronger would be beneficial to us all.
He nodded to himself, clearly not understanding. He then shared a look with his party mates, and they all seemed to be in agreement. If only Liz and I could get on the same page as easily as they did. Oh, well, I'd let it go if they were willing to overlook Liz's atrocity. Strong hunters were mostly nuts in one way or another. Sven and his party were pretty outlandish in comparison to non-hunters, but they seemed wonderfully level-headed when next to Liz. Help! Anguished cries echoed in the training grounds behind me, but I decided to turn a deaf ear. I just wanted to drop everything and go get ice cream. The northern roads blocked off? I asked, surprised by the tip Sven gave me during our small talk. The capital was pretty much in the geological center of the empire. It had big, wide roads stretching to the north, east, south, and west, connecting it to other major cities and treasure vaults. That's why even just one of them being blocked off was a huge deal. While I had heard about a stray phantom from White Wolf's den attacking a caravan, I doubted that warranted a block-off.
Yeah, they spotted several phantoms. They're still looking into the details, but a couple knights from the Order have been taken out already.
By and large, phantoms remained within treasure vaults. Spotting one outside was very rare, and doing so more than once in a short period of time was no coincidence. Now that I think about it, White Wolf's den was somewhat off too. I recalled how the dungeon was when I went to rescue Tino. I had no clue as to the cause of all the irregularities, nor did I have any stakes in the block-off, as I stayed within the boundaries of the safe, secure capital city. That being said, these roads acted as the arteries of the empire. Merchants only gathered in Zeebrugge under the assumption that the roads were safe to travel on, and so it was entirely possible that we hunters would be requested to help resolve the issue. I wondered if Gark had summoned me to discuss this matter. Gark had a habit of asking for my input in times like this, just because I was high level. After pondering on this for a few moments, I gave up. Sigh. There was no point thinking about it. At least I had an ace up my sleeve, of course not Liz, who ditched her friends in a treasure vault and returned alone to the capital. These kinds of problems called for Ark Roden. People looked up to Ark. He was strong, smart, and well-known, not to mention a stellar leader. And, most importantly, he was a good guy. His party members, while not quite on par with Ark, were also perfectly capable. Being a great commander and warrior, Ark was like having a whole team of hunters in the body of one. In fact, there were none who wouldn't listen to Ark among the prideful hunters that made up steps, excluding my childhood friends. Things just worked out if I put Ark in charge and let him handle it. And if they didn't, it would mean that there was nothing I could have done anyway. When is Ark coming home? I'd have to buy time at all costs until he was back. Ark always notified me before leaving the capital for an extended period, so he should be returning before long. Hence, I just stood there without thinking too much about the block-off.
You're chill as always, CM.
I returned just a silent smile. There was little mystery as to why I was so chill. This had nothing to do with me, not to brag or anything, but my self-preservation skills were remarkable. By self-preservation skills, I meant saddling other people with my job skills. That was how I'd always done things, and would continue to do. I could only hope that someone would kick me out of my position before I irredeemably messed things up.
Who knows what's going on out there? We were going to make sure we'll be in tip-top shape in case we get called into action, but we can always do that tomorrow, I guess.
Once again, I was really sorry that one of mine was always causing trouble. Luckily for me, Sven didn't sound annoyed at the change in his plans. Also, his party and mine went way back. Sven had been dealing with Liz's madness since before we even moved to the capital. Obsidian Cross was a party famous for its members complementing each other to produce reliable performance. Its members would have no problem if they went right this second and handled a few stray phantoms, especially if they were just like the Wolf Knights in White Wolf's Den. A brilliant idea popped up in my mind. If I sent Obsidian Cross to Gark, wouldn't its members be saddled with everything? Gark shouldn't have anything to complain about with a level 6 party. This was a perfect match. Unlike me, Sven didn't mind hunting phantoms. What a genius idea. I clutched my hands together and gave the members of Obsidian Cross a once-over. And with a smile, I said, "If you guys have some extra time, why don't you go pick up a quest? And by the way, while you're at the association, can you let Gark know that I'm a bit too busy to go see him today?" Krai Andrey happily sauntered away as Sven watched him go.
I never know what he's thinking. He seems so carefree.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy, though.
Obsidian Cross was one of the OG member parties of First Steps. While its members were a few years older than those of Arc Brave or Grieving Souls on average, it was one of the younger contributing parties of this golden age of treasure hunting. With a unique composition where every member possessed healing abilities, this well-balanced party had completed numerous quests thanks to its members' wary decision-making strategy. But that also meant that they didn't earn as many flashy accolades as other hunters of similar level would have. Obsidian Cross suffered from having to share the spotlight with two other insanely successful parties, but it would have been regarded as the best party of the generation had the members been around a decade or two earlier. Naturally, it was highly regarded by the association and other parties.
Maybe you should have said no, Sven. What is he doing all the time anyway?
Since a clan was a form of cooperative comprised of multiple parties, there were no ranks within a clan. No party was under any obligation to do favors for another hunter, not even the clan master. Having to run errands didn't sit right with Henrik, especially since pride and reputation were very important to hunters. Every treasure hunter in the capital knew Grieving Souls' history. In a word, its path had been tumultuous. The Grievers took on high-level vaults like there was no tomorrow, risking their lives to sprint up the path to glory. They were the polar opposite of Obsidian Cross's members, who made sure to take on only one treasure vault at a time, safely. While a careful hunter like Henrik couldn't understand how the Grievers did it, he respected them for it. All hunters carried some reverence for Grieving Souls. The leader of the party, however, was a different story. Henrik had never once seen the Thousand Tricks venture into a treasure vault. When he had first joined Obsidian Cross half a year ago, Henrik had revered the notorious Thousand Tricks. The reverence had faded completely over the past 6 months as he witnessed Krai behind the scenes.
It's all right. We have the time. It's not a bad idea to have him owe us a favor anyway.
Their party leader stays back while the rest of the team go into a vault, aren't they mad about it?
Krai's always been this way. You may be too new to know it, Henrik, but his party just works that way, and so does this clan.
If you say so, Sven.
Unhappy as he was, he admitted it wasn't wise to criticize his own clan master so openly. Henrik had decent experience as a hunter. He had worked with several other parties before joining Obsidian Cross, and he considered himself to have a good judge of character. Still, he couldn't make sense of Krai Andrey. Since the strength of hunters was largely decided by the amount of mana material buildup in their body, a hunter's appearance didn't always reflect their strength. It was very feasible for a hulking man to lose to a tiny girl in a contest of brute strength. The buildup of mana material could be identified by sight with some practice. And as someone who'd had plenty of practice, Henrik just couldn't see how Krai was considered top-notch. He wouldn't have believed that Krai had a moniker, was a level 8, nor was both the leader of the infamous Grieving Souls and the master of this enormous clan. Even now, he hardly believed it. Krai simply lacked a sense of authority.
I am not complaining if he stops Liz and Luke from beating up everyone in their path.
Henrik closed his eyes and replayed in his mind the events in the training grounds. Liz had a burning aura and an almost murderous animosity that no hunter should bear in the middle of a city. Even through a closed door, Liz's crushing presence and spine-chilling voice were terrifying enough for Henrik to find difficulty in breathing. Of course he knew the stifled shadow, the troublemaker of grieving souls. There weren't too many level 6 hunters with a moniker either. After today, Henrik could surely say that she had the strength that matched her infamy. He had to admit that Krai at least had the guts to put himself between Liz and her apprentice.
He couldn't stop her, though.
You may not see it now, but Krai's as much of a freak as any griever. For one, he's the only one the Arkrodan, the descendant of the hero and arguably the strongest hunter alive, has ever lost to. Another thing's that Liz and Luke follow his orders. It's easy to forget all these when you spend time in his clan. I'm not telling you to blindly follow his orders. Just don't make the mistake of judging him by his looks, or his words by how they sound. He always has more under the surface. It's what we always do, isn't it?
Henrik was dumbstruck by the look in Sven's eyes. It didn't seem like he was talking about their clan master at all.
Roger.
As if to shake off his own doubt, cold sweat dripped down his back as he realized that he'd been viewing Krai not as the level 8 hunter that he was, despite knowing all that about Krai beforehand. In hindsight, that was unthinkable. If the 1,000 Tricks had orchestrated all that on purpose, Henrik had no clue of it until now. This realization terrified him.
Don't sweat it too much. It's not like you're in trouble. Besides, Ensem's also a griever. Krai can't pull anything too crazy as long as he's around.
Henrik finally looked relieved at this notion. Every member of Obsidian Cross believed in the Holy God. Each of them possessed some power of healing, and Ensem Smart was renowned among the clerics of the capital. Top-tier hunters usually wore multiple hats and lived busy lives, and Ensem was chief among them. It wasn't often even for Ensem's own clan members to come across him. Still, his reputation as the conscience of grieving souls was widespread. Ensem, who specialized in protection and healing, would help anyone in need. He was a stoic man full of love for his fellow hunters. There were plenty of rumors about Ensem, some more believable than others. Rumor had it that he cured a grand noble's daughter of what was considered to be an incurable disease, or that he had received offers to join the Imperial Knights Order, to name a few. Accordingly, he was responsible for keeping the grievers in one piece through their grueling adventures.
The Immutable, one of the best clerics in the capital.
He has no mercy for disloyalty, though, perhaps too stoic at times, but you know you can count on him. If only he could join our party. Well, that's enough chit-chat. Let's hit up the association. I want some updates on the blocked-off road, too.
By this point, there were no shades of dissatisfaction left on Henrik's expression. He wouldn't make the same mistake of underestimating Krai ever again. The grievers had an unusual way of running their party, which at first didn't sit right with Sven either. The rest of the members aside, he couldn't help but see Krai as just an ordinary guy, as if he was a non-hunter. Sven had to remind himself every now and again. While he considered it foolish to put more weight on someone's status over the in-person impression they made, the 1,000 Tricks and his impenetrable camouflage had to be an exception. As he watched Henrik, Sven recalled how First Steps was first created. The hidden room connected to the clan master's office. A room with no windows to cause security concerns was filled to the brim with my collection of relics amassed with a lot of time and money. I checked every piece of it and could only groan. Damn it. Most of them are out of mana. This was just as I had feared, and it had pretty much sealed my fate. Collecting relics was both my hobby and one of the very few means of self-defense I had. Many skilled treasure hunters packed a relic or two just as an ace up their sleeve. But for the talentless like me, relics which produced the same effect regardless of user were a lifeline. Over my 5 years in the capital, I'd collected over 500 relics. My arsenal was comprised of relics of all shapes and forms that would enable me to survive any situation if I utilized them proficiently, as long as they were charged with mana. Regular mana recharging was critical to keep relics usable since the stored mana leaked out at variable rates even when the relics weren't in use. At the moment, most of my relic collection was as useful as just a wall ornament. All my weapon relics, which leaked mana the fastest, were kaput. The same went for my armor relics. I was left with only a handful of relics with juice in them, but the piddly amount of mana I held was nowhere near enough to bring these relics back to working order. The association generally recommended hunters only carry relics they could charge themselves, but I'd always had Lucia Magus of Grieving Souls to charge my collection for me. Although she'd charged up all my relics before leaving the city, I hadn't expected her to still be away. By now, even the relics that were still usable wouldn't last long. My safety rings were exceptions as they retained mana much longer, but they were only insurance. They'd be useless if I was in a pickle. Why would all this matter to me when I never left the capital anyway? I'm a chicken. Despite having tried as I'd done to remain in the shadows, I'd become pretty recognizable. That wouldn't have been a problem if it weren't for the population of criminals and hunters looking to make a name for themselves by taking out high-level hunters. And so, I wouldn't dare walk down the streets without sufficient tools for defense or escape on me. I tossed aside Night Hiker, now that it was out of juice, it was just a snappy coat, and fell onto the bed in the secret room. I couldn't so much as go out for ice cream if I didn't do something about this situation. Asking a clanmate to recharge the relics was not an option. A few recharges here and there was one thing, but I had several hundred empty relics on hand. There was no way any ordinary Magus could charge them all, especially when charging any number of relics was a great burden. I'd be a pariah in my own clan if I demanded such a thing. My clan members may even call it an abuse of my power. Liz was the only other griever in town, but she was useless when it came to magic. I had once asked her to recharge my relics, but after the third, she could barely stand from having her mana emptied. She still reached for the next one, and I had to hold her back. Gazing at the ceiling, I took some deep breaths. What are the other grievers up to? I would feel much more secure once they returned, even without Arc at my disposal. They should have been back by now if they'd gone through the vault as scheduled. Guessing from Liz's account, it wasn't that they were facing any trouble, but it was very possible they couldn't resist a detour. I jumped out of my bed, swooped up Night Hiker from the floor, and straightened my appearance. Since the only entrance to this room was hidden behind a bookshelf in the clan master's office, which members were forbidden from entering without permission, there was only a short list of people who would come here. The grievers ignored all rules and boundaries and barged in whenever they pleased, but none of them made audible footsteps. There was only one name on that short list who did, and I steadied my breathing before answering. The door slowly opened to reveal Vice Clan Master Ava as I'd expected. She saw me holding up Night Hiker and cocked an eyebrow.
What are you doing down here?
That was a close call. She was used to finding me slacking off by now, but I didn't want to be chewed out for taking a full-blown nap during working hours. Especially since I was ignoring Gark's summons, I imagined that Eva would have a bone or two to pick with me as I'd always left her to handle all the managerial duties of the clan. Just looking into something, I mumbled, drawing a puzzled look from Eva. Odd, I know, considering that I was in my private quarters. What could I possibly have been looking into in a room with nothing but relics and bare-bones furniture? That being said, Eva was one of the few people who knew how truly useless I was. I expected her to read the room and let me be.
Looking into what? Can I help you with it?
She asked, completely misreading the room. She couldn't possibly have believed that I was actually looking into anything. I averted her piercing gaze. It's all right. I had to do it myself. And I've just finished. I smoothed the velvety coat relic over a hanger. What was I looking into down here? How? What's something only I could look into? Did I have to do it now instead of answering a summon from a bigwig of the association? I would have had so many questions for myself if I were in Eva's shoes, and I didn't have a good answer to any of them. Cold sweat began to form over my face. Eva quietly sighed. I'm done for. She knows I was just lazing around in my hideout instead of working. It wasn't my fault, though. I had no means to go outside.
Is there anything I can help you with?
No. I answered reflexively. Eva frowned at my answer. Did she really believe me? I didn't think there was a single thing about me that was trustworthy at this moment. Not to shift the blame for my lying or anything, but I'd be very surprised if she believed me, given that she knew my true modus operandi. Was she pulling my leg? That seemed more likely than her taking my word for it. Eva's lavender-colored eyes scanned all over my face as if she was trying to read my mind. There was no telling from her expression if she really believed me, or if this was her way of subtly admonishing me. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, Eva. This is an extremely sensitive and dangerous task. It has to be me. Not even Ark nor Liz can help me with this. It's not that big of a deal. Really. There's no need for concern. I appreciate the offer, but I can handle it on my own. That was what I meant. For the most part, administrative staff held greater power than hunters in our clan. This was a rule I established at the beginning, because I didn't want to deal with hunters not following the administration's directions. If I worried Eva to the point that weird rumors of me started circulating, I'd be in an awkward position. In hindsight, I should have just said that I was inspecting my relics, although it wouldn't have justified my ignoring Gark's request.
Is it?
End of discussion. And no more questions. I need you to keep this between us. I decided to sweep this under the rug before I incriminated myself. Even though only nominally, I still outranked Eva. This should keep her quiet. Bitterness flashed across Ava's face and vanished in an instant.
Understood, sir.
I didn't mean to put it this way, but Ava's time would have been much better spent doing her job than dealing with me. Well, if you really want to help, you can go scout out new ice cream shops in town for me,
Yes, sir.
said Eva, unsatisfied. Her lips didn't so much as twitch at my expert display of humor.
So no changes in the local ley lines.
Gark Walter, Capital Branch Manager of Explorers Association, grunted at the report in his hand. His intimidating features twisted further in frustration. That, combined with his stature that had remained as robust as it was years ago in his prime, was enough to make the messenger from the Third Order stand at attention. There were several divisions of Imperial Knights, and the Third Order was responsible for peacekeeping within the Empire. It dealt with not only criminals, but also things like monsters, phantoms, and even natural disasters. Traditionally, whenever there were troubles in treasure vaults, its knights joined forces with the association to solve the problems. Gark stared at the report in stony silence. He'd never witnessed an incident like this. Ley lines were like the blood vessels of the earth. They fueled in various ways the lands they coursed through in a labyrinthine expanse of underground pathways. Powerful monsters were attracted to strong currents of power. Utilizing the ley lines could enable large-scale magic rituals to be performed with minimal catalysts. And most importantly, the mana material that ran through the ley lines was the source of treasure vaults' manifestations. As such, most changes in a treasure vault's nature were caused by changes in the amount of mana material in the area. If the ley lines shifted in a way that they no longer pooled mana material in an area, the vault there would naturally disappear. But if the ley lines shifted and increased the concentration of mana material there, the vault would become noticeably more dangerous. It was even plausible that a treasure vault could expand enough that phantoms from it would find their way to a major road outside the capital. However, that was not what was happening now. Ley lines rarely shifted, so rarely that the most common cause was a major tectonic shift having been triggered by a sizable earthquake. But there had been no signs of an earthquake recently. A natural disaster like that would obviously have damaged the capital itself greatly. In those cases, ley line surveys would be conducted at the same priority level as rescues.
If the ley lines haven't changed, what's the cause?
White Wolf's Den was a level 3 treasure vault, and phantoms appearing within should be of comparable strength. Phantoms were not precisely living organisms, but imitations of life forms generated with mana material. Their strength depended on the density of mana material in the area. While the obvious cause of this disruption would be a shift in the ley lines, the report produced by an expert team, guarded by knights, showed no sign of it. But it was undeniable that the vault's level had been boosted. The phantoms in it had grown far stronger than they were before. While the details were still under investigation, the phantom's power was estimated to have increased by at least the equivalent of 2 to 3 levels. With the massive population of hunters in the capital, the increase in White Wolf's Den's level wouldn't be an issue. The stray phantoms that appeared on the roads could easily be dealt with now that the association was made aware of them. However, the fact that the investigators still hadn't figured out the root cause of these changes left Gark with a nasty feeling about it.
Did someone cause this? But how?
Treasure vaults were both perilous pits and nature's greatest mysteries. Since the beginning of time, humanity had been investigating treasure vaults. And still, extremely little was known about them. There had been attempts to forcibly bend and twist ley lines to create new treasure vaults, to capture and transfer phantoms from their original vaults to another, to combine clusters of treasure vaults into one, and even to bind the generation of relics to specific locations within vaults to allow safe and regular retrieval. But as far as Gark could recall, no artificial event in the past created effects that mirrored what they were witnessing now. Besides, every nation outlawed all experiments that manipulated the nature of a treasure vault or interfered with the flow of mana material. This was among the 10 capital crimes that were considered the most heinous offense in Zebrutian Empire's law. Gark imagined that workers of the Empire's Vault Investigation Bureau, an institute dedicated to researching treasure vault, were now frantically digging through their libraries. He contemplated for some time with his eyes closed, then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the messenger knight as if he was glaring.
We'll send a team too. Keep me in the loop if there's any progress.
At Gark's words, the knight saluted and left the room. While White Wolf's Den was not yet a dire threat to top-level hunters, Gark was concerned that the vault could become more dangerous. Since it was close to the capital, if its threat level kept climbing and reached the point where no hunter could deal with its threats, the Empire would be forced to migrate the capital city to a safer location. Solving this mystery was a matter of utmost urgency. While Gark knew no leads, he knew someone who might. He exhaled deeply and turned to his assistant branch manager, Kana.
I'm talking to Krai. Send for him.
He turned down your last request, stating that he was too busy.
If he refuses again, tell him I'll be there myself.
Hunters registered to Explorers' Association were obligated to follow the association's orders in a state of emergency, but there were no clear definitions of what constituted an emergency. Hunters often refused the association's requests, not to mention that First Steps was a formidable clan within the capital.
Don't worry, even Krai won't bolt with all this going on. He knows something, I'm sure of it.
He straightened out the papers he had crumpled and handed them to Kana, who still looked unconvinced.
He hasn't stepped foot in any vault in ages, but decided to hit up White Wolf's den himself. That alone tells me there's something going on there that's worth his time.
If any ordinary hunter had picked that quest out from the pile, Gark would have chalked it up to bad luck. But when it came to the 1,000 tricks, luck didn't interfere with his actions. The legacy Krai had established for himself in the past several years was enough for Gark to put his faith in Krai. Kana nodded to Gark's comment without further objection.
How unexpected. Not even the gods could have predicted that high-level hunters would become involved.
He stood in a windowless but spacious room. Its walls and floor were made of dirt, processed with alchemy and, thus, seemed refined. Along with pieces of basic furniture like desks, bookshelves, and chairs, numerous bizarre instruments populated the room. The most noticeable of which was a spiral glass tube in the center of the room with one end of it stuck in the ground. The glass tube vibrated as it emitted a faint glow. In front of the glass tube stood the old man. His white hair and wrinkled features were befitting of his age. He wore a simple black robe enchanted with powerful magic, which was indicative of his exceptional career as a magus. In fact, the old man was once considered one of the best magi in the capital. His title was the Master of Magi. The man, Noctis Cockler, now served as the Director of Research in the capital base of Akashic Tower, an evil magic syndicate.
It may only be a matter of time before Explorers Association discovers this location. I doubt the foolish masses of the Empire would ever understand the grandness of your accomplishment, sire, but they won't leave the space above us until they've uncovered the cause.
Footsteps drummed above them from the cave that was White Wolf's den. The noise was projected into the room they were in via magic surveillance, meaning that the hunters were not necessarily directly above the room. In any case, the hunters showed no signs of abandoning their task nor leaving. Treasure vaults were a matter of priority for Zebrudia, as they were regarded as the epicenters of treasure hunting. They were important so much so that Zebrudia had a bureau dedicated to investigating vaults.
I told you it was too early to throw hunters in.
The glass instrument before him was still working perfectly as intended, siphoning an enormous amount of energy from the ley lines to pool it where they stood. This was the product of Noctis Cockler's obsession, a dream he accomplished by pursuing research over any status or recognition. As the experiment progressed, Noctis expected that his device would even be able to generate treasure vaults at will, but there was still a long road ahead of him. His research was still largely theoretical and definitely not at a point where he could control it too.
I knew I should have said no, regardless of the pressure they give me.
He had expected the changes in the vault to be discovered, but not this quickly. They should have gone unnoticed until the experiment progressed a little further and the treasure vault became a little deadlier. It was why he'd chosen White Wolf's Den. It was one of the least popular vaults in the area surrounding the capital. But now, all his preparations were for naught. Throwing hunters into the vault before it was sufficiently leveled up triggered the dispatch of a powerful rescue party, leading to the association discovering the results of their experiment. Noctis's experiment was made possible by a monumental amount of financial investment. He couldn't fault his investors for demanding results. But Noctis couldn't help an irritated sigh at the politics of academia that followed him even to this illegal magic syndicate. He did not expect the entrance to this lab, which was not connected to White Wolf's den and was well hidden, to be discovered anytime soon. But now that they had drawn so much attention to the vault, he was left with no other choice.
We will have to abandon this laboratory. Back to square one.
He wasn't ready to fight the Empire. Setbacks were commonplace in any experiment, and Noctis could deal with delays. He was familiar with pushback as he had once been banished from the Empire for proposing a theory in blatant violation of the law. This experiment had only started to become promising a week or two ago, and there were still plenty of improvements to make. The powerful phantoms it had produced had been wiped out by the hunters. As long as their equipment was intact, they could continue their experiment in any treasure vault. Still, he was disappointed nonetheless.
The phantoms overpowered Rudolph's party. I did not expect one of the 3 level 8s in the city to show up.
Perhaps phantoms will always be phantoms, no matter how powerful they become. They can't even tell when they're outclassed.
The high-level phantoms generated by the experiment overpowered a level 5 hunter and his party, which would make them equivalent to level 6 or 7 phantoms far beyond the expected threat of White Wolf's den. Noctis had only agreed to bring hunters into the vault because he thought the phantoms were capable of wiping out the party. He'd expected a rescue mission to be issued, but not to a level 8 hunter when the treasure vault was a mere level 3. Even the super phantoms stood no chance against a level 8.
There was no way he could have known beforehand. The 1,000 tricks is more cunning than his reputation suggests.
Noctis was not a hunter himself, but he'd researched well those who could become his adversaries. Hunters who overpowered magic with brute strength were natural names as to magi. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. The 1,000 Tricks was a famous level 8 hunter. His level alone suggested that he possessed some sort of extraordinary power. But investigated as he did, Noctis found no clue as to what that power was. Apparently, the 1,000 Tricks was a master of concealing information. For one, Noctis couldn't see how their experiment, under layers upon layers of careful preparation, could be discovered. But he'd thought one could never be too careful. Flick Pedersen, Noctis's second apprentice, clicked his tongue in frustration at the derailment so close to success.
And Sophia's on a vacation right now? What's she doing? She was in charge of the defense mechanisms.
The other apprentices chimed in to blame Sophia Black, the first apprentice to Noctis. While she could learn to be more careful, she, despite not having been his apprentice for as long as the others had been, had extraordinary wisdom that had allowed her to contribute to the experiment the most meaningfully. As a result, they all assumed her to be Noctis's successor. Great talent drew great envy, and the apprentices who'd served Noctis much longer than she had were not happy with the preferential treatment she received. However, her massive talent would soon stomp out their flames of envy. It seemed like another stroke of bad luck that their experiments at White Wolf's den had come to light exactly when Noctis's right-hand woman had been away for personal business. If she'd been in the laboratory, she might have suggested a better solution or even prevented the 1,000 Tricks from leaving the treasure vault alive.
The experiment had not even kicked off when she was last here. Not even she could have foreseen this turn of events.
That may be so.
Their experiment was considered taboo. As such, they had taken measures to defend it from law enforcement. There were still countermeasures they could take, but it was too risky for them to move to the offensive, especially when they were lacking Sophia, who was the strongest on the team after Noctis. However, Noctis suspected that his apprentices didn't call for a fight for other reasons entirely.
I have contacted Sophia via Sounding Stone. She will be back soon.
Seeing that this statement livened up his apprentices' expressions, Noctis was secretly disappointed. All his apprentices were once top-tier magi, each of them banished from the field because of their flawed characters or excessive ambitions. They were undoubtedly talented, but none of them would bat an eye at performing unethically cruel experiments.
Still, they are not good enough to pursue the truth. Contact the capital. We cannot afford to allow the 1,000 Tricks to continue to get in our way. We need to gather information.
At Noctis's command, one of his apprentices rushed out of the room. An experiment being ruined once was not detrimental to Noctis's cause. What was concerning was the fact that he knew nothing about how the 1,000 Tricks discovered their plot nor how much he'd discovered. As long as there was a chance that the 1,000 Tricks could continue to sabotage their operation, they had to make a move. Noctis suspected that, in the worst-case scenario, he would have to fight a level 8 hunter head-on. Even as he did, he showed no sign of distress. Dealing with a single hunter was nowhere as difficult as pursuing the truth in the abyss of unknown. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that the capital was burning. I dreamed that it was the end of the world. The sky seared a deep crimson, and accompanying it was a cacophony of screams. Hunters, knights, merchants, and other residents alike were running for their lives. People flooded the wide streets in desperate attempts to flee the city, only to be trapped by the walls built to protect it. The capital city, Zabrudia, was surrounded by walls with exits that were far too few and narrow for its population. Evacuation stalled as people bottlenecked at these exits. I watched it all unfold from an empty room somewhere far above the clan master's office. Through a bird's-eye view, I could clearly see the state of the capital and the reason the sky burned crimson. The historic imperial capital Zabrudia, which was nearing its 300th anniversary, was flooded with a water that burned bright red. The viscous liquid submerged the neatly constructed city almost as if it was a tsunami, even though there was no sea close to the capital. Besides, from where I was, I could see the liquid washing over the capital in a noticeable pattern. It was pursuing living creatures. It prioritized the fleeing children and elders, as well as knights who were struggling to keep the masses in order. Without exception, the liquid engulfed everyone it touched in flames and devoured them in a matter of seconds. There was no sign of life left in the castle that stood in the distance. Half of the city was already a ghost town. A city with all its structure intact but void of all signs of life, not even a single body, was terribly ominous. There might still have been survivors within buildings, but escaping the city when the streets were filled with burning water was hopeless. The fiery flood showed no indication of receding. In fact, it seemed to creep upwards by the second. The blazing water would soon overflow the city walls and wash over the entire world. Then, I realized what was devastating the city. I recognized it. That was no water. That was a creature. That was a deranged creation based on the weakest species of monsters in this world, the thing I had been warned to handle with care but had possibly set loose by accident. Now, a girl stood next to me, watching the city as I was. Her slightly droopy eyes gave off a kind impression, and her face was framed by a short set of pink hair. She wore an unremarkable gray robe, intended as a smock rather than one of those heavily enchanted robes magi wore into treasure vaults. The girl looked up with widened eyes like she just realized I was there. Despite the apocalypse below, her expression was relaxed. She spoke as if we were just having a friendly chat, but her voice was so distorted that I couldn't make out what she was saying. Still, her eyes glimmered with blatant excitement. I tried desperately to stop her, but my voice failed me. Agitation and despair racked my entire being. I managed to grasp her shoulders, but all she did was give me a shy smile and embrace me. That wasn't a compliment. I grasped her by her shoulders and tore her off me. With all my might, I shook her as she watched her slime with great satisfaction. Then, I woke up. I bolted upright on my bed in a lightless room and felt myself shiver. My back was drenched with cold sweat, and my heart wouldn't stop slamming against my chest. Nightmares were regular occurrences for a nervous wreck like me, but this one took the cake in recent memory. What a crappy dream. It was weirdly realistic too, especially the part where she hugged me. Breathing deeply and deliberately, I reminded myself that the capital wouldn't collapse that easily. Zabrudia was a powerful empire, boasting an undefeated knights order, a magic unit of several hundred magi, and a roster of powerful hunters based in the capital, both active and retired. In addition to its military strength, the empire led the world in research and technology too, making it the undisputed superpower in the region. With its web of perilous treasure vaults nearby, the capital city was arguably the best defended city in the world. No country nearby would be able to deal with a calamity that would have demolished the capital of the empire. Doesn't that mean we're all done for? I tried to vigorously shake the memories of the nightmare out of my head, but the memories were very clear for some reason. There's no way it's gonna happen. I've never had a dream come true before.
What's the matter?
I thought I was alone. I turned towards the voice to find Liz sitting there like this was her bed. I couldn't help but scowl at the sight of someone that resembled Sitri in my nightmare so much. They were sisters after all, and while they had plenty of distinguishing features like hair length, eye shape, height, cup sizes, and skin tone, they looked alike enough that I wouldn't be able to tell them apart if they put in real effort to match their appearance, speaking from experience.
Morning, crybaby. Sweet dreams?
She stretched in her thin, loose-fitting nightgown and clung to my arm while my heart still pounded nervously. Her body temperature was much higher than mine, and so her embrace just made me sweat even more. I'd identified the source of my nightmare. She definitely wasn't there when I went to bed. Liz had always had this pesky habit of sneaking into my bed. I contemplated voicing my gripe, but I decided that mentioning my nightmare wouldn't be all that productive. As I remained silent, her legs wrapped around mine, and I noticed a cold sensation as her anklet brushed my leg. It was Apex Roots, Liz's relic. in its standby mode. Her boot relic changed into a metal ring when not in use. Liz's had told me that her motto was never stop fighting, and so she wore her relic everywhere, while she showered, while she slept, etc. She only removed her relic for a few short moments a day. A sweet fragrance from the tightly pressed Liz tickled my nose. Her embracing arms, breast, and slender legs felt powerfully warm and soft. As she rubbed herself against my skin, a sensual pleasure bubbled in the back of my mind. It was almost like she was a sophisticated girl or something. Shame that her hobby was destroying men she lured to her like this.
You want to hang out today, crybaby?
What about Tino's training?
Well, I might break her if I push too hard, so it's a day off for her today.
And your training? Liz had already mastered all teachings of her mentor and inherited the title of Stifled Shadow, but she was a hard worker. She usually stayed busy in the capital with Tino's and her own training.
It's a day off for me too.
Was she sure? I guess it wasn't my place to object. I didn't know what she'd planned, but I'd feel safe leaving the building with her as my bodyguard. It's not like I had any plans anyway. This wouldn't be the first time she dragged me around town either. I'd been hanging out with her in town more often since I'd stopped going into vaults with the rest of the party. Being a good party leader meant spending time with your party mates outside of work hours also. Well, I could only spend time with them outside of work hours, so I didn't want to let Liz down when she asked. It was a bonus that there was no chance of her going berserk while we hung out at least. I decided to put that baseless nightmare out of my mind. That's all that it was, a nightmare. One caused by Sitri's needlessly cryptic warning plus Liz practically suffocating me. Really, what could I do about them? Sure, I'll hang out with you.
Thank you, crybaby.
Patting the head of my overly affectionate friend, I let out a quiet sigh. I'd outdressed and descended to the ground floor of the clan house with Liz, just as a familiar face came in through the front door. Standing there was a bald mountain of a man whom every hunter in the capital could have picked out from a crowd gark. He was wearing the association uniform, and it couldn't have suited him worse. Immediately, he spotted me. I had to make a conscious effort to hide my apprehension of what was to come. I knew from experience that when Gark knocked on my door, it meant one of three things. There was some serious trouble brewing somewhere, I'd made some terrible blunder, or it was a bad time for me to turn down his summons. Regardless, none of them spelled particularly good news for me. Since he had Kana and 2 other association officers with him, he definitely wasn't here just to give me a talking to.
Crybaby's really busy today. Can you not waste our time with whatever crap you came packing with? We're not gonna clean up after some weak-ass hunters who should have dropped dead a long time ago. Take a hike!
On her face was a blazing look that would have sent even most monsters running. She had been perfectly content just then, but now she was ready to bite before Gark had even said a word. It didn't matter if Gark was the manager of the association to which she belonged, nor if he had been a noble, a knight, a seasoned warrior, or someone she knew well. Her attitude would have been the same. Liz, while she'd coordinated her outfit in black as usual, wore a much more casual getup than usual. She wore a skirt in lieu of her tight shorts, let her hair down, and carried no weapon. However, her knee-high silver boot relic stayed on, and she was irritably tapping the floor with it.
Liz? Liz, aren't you supposed to be in Night Palace? I've told you to report to me after going through vaults of level 7 or higher.
After years of working with us, they knew full well how annoying dealing with a disgruntled Liz could be, and it was exemplified by how all colors drained from the faces of Kaina and the 2 other officers watching the exchange. Not a good time for butting heads. Explorers Association was an expensive organization, and so in order to keep hunters in check, many of its officers were former hunters. Gark Welter was no exception. In fact, he was once a level 7 hunter who tore up vault after vault with his trusty halberd. His moniker War Demon was still whispered fearfully among those who knew him from back in the day. While years had passed since his peak days on the front lines, he could still go toe-to-toe with most hunters today. To be more specific, when we Grievers first came to the capital, Gark, who was already branch manager at the time, mopped the floor with all 6 of us at once. That was our initiation into treasure hunting in the capital. Luke and Liz were relatively cooperative with Gark in part because of that experience. Meatheads of a feather flocked together. Alas, that was almost 5 years ago.
You guys always need Crybaby to carry you, huh? We pay that ripoff of a fee every damn time. Figure it out yourselves.
A little girl, in street clothes no less, trying to intimidate a giant like Gark might have looked like a kid throwing a tantrum to the untrained eye, but Gark's expression remained terribly tense. Since Gark had been away from vaults and the influx of mana material they provided for the past 5 years, his abilities had clearly deteriorated since that initiation of ours. He wasn't even half as strong as he was in his prime if I had to guess. Liz, on the other hand, had grown incomprehensibly stronger since that skirmish, not that she ever had that kind of foresight when starting fights. Gark hadn't snapped back at Liz and only glowered at her like she was a tricky monster to deal with. My teeth would have been chattering if I were in his shoes. Gark definitely had guts.
Wait, if you're here, is Sitri back?
No, you're taking time away from our date. Get lost!
One kick from Liz, and Gark went flying across the room. Skidding across the expensive marble floor, he knocked into some potted plants. I could only chuckle at how ridiculously quick Liz was to fight. She started fights quicker than any other hunter or even bandit I'd encountered. Gark uncrossed his arms from blocking the kick and slowly rose to his feet. Kudos to him for pretty much shrugging off a kick from one of the few freak hunters who took on level 8 vaults. In contrast to his composed movements, his face had turned shades of demon reminiscent of his moniker. What's more, Gark was now looking for blood. He wouldn't have lasted as an association's branch manager if he was the kind of man to walk away from a hit. Then from his belt he drew a dagger that would have looked more like a short sword in Liz's hand.
You're gonna regret that, Liz. You finally wore my enormous patience thin.
As if. It was paper thin to begin with.
Her eyes blazed as her tan skin turned even redder. I had just gotten the fire down to embers, and now the flame was roaring again.
Why are you guys so violent? Can't we all get along? They were going to tear up the clan house again, and it was me who'd be left to field Ava's nagging after all. Kana and the other officers looked like they were trying to find the right time to step in. That ship had already sailed, though. We could have had 1,000 normies like us on our side, and we'd still stand no chance of stopping a pair of freaks from trading blows. Looking around the lobby, I saw that all the clan members who had been there had already evacuated. Do you want to go sit upstairs? I'll make some tea. Having been dressed for a stroll, Liz was unarmed, and it wasn't like she actually wanted to kill Gark anyway. He'd probably survive. Weird. Lots of earthquakes today, I told myself. I decided to enjoy a normal conversation with Kana and the other officers. Truth be told, I felt like Kana and I were kindred spirits. She had to deal with the terrifying and violent branch manager. And so, I always felt comfortable talking to her. Your receptionist is way cute. How did you find her? I'd love to have a girl like her at our front desk. I took a lot of inspiration from the association when it came to structuring my clan. Eva came to work with me only because I scoured the city for someone like Kaina, and I begged her until she agreed. What first steps needed next was a good-looking receptionist. The Zabrudia branch of the association was known for their receptionist, who was always energetic and polite, even with scary or dirty hunters. Or when I showed up for the umpteenth time to answer one of Gark's summons, I had guessed that this girl, whose name I didn't even know, played an integral part in running the branch smoothly. All men had a common weakness: cute girls. Hunters were no exception.
You mean Chloe? She's Gark's niece.
Ah, genetics is a myth after all. The image of that nice girl on the war demon's family tree was unsettling. But on second thought, maybe she was so good at dealing with hunters exactly because she'd practiced that with Gark. So I guess they've scored that receptionist through nepotism. After we'd broken the ice with some small talk, I asked Kana the reason for their visit. Apparently, much to my dismay, Gark had a terrible misconception that I had some intel on the changes in White Wolf's den. But unfortunately for him, I was clueless. I had made no guesses, nor did I plan to, because this wasn't my fault for once. I'd experienced a small taste of the new vault through some sucky luck, but since I'd finished the quest I was pressured into taking, any further research fell within the responsibility of the Association and the Empire. He wasn't alone, but Gark tended to overestimate my abilities by a long shot. I'd only turned level 8 out of dumb luck. If they only thought about it for a second, they would have realized that, with no useful knowledge nor skill, there was no chance I would have known any more than what the Empire's or the Association's experts had found out through their research efforts. Not my problem. Sounds tough. So it doesn't have anything to do with the ley lines? I knew that ley lines were like arteries in the ground and that any abnormality in their activity was unmistakable to any expert, but that was the extent of my knowledge. This stuff was more within the expertise of our alchemist, Sitri. Alchemists were considered to be a mix of magi and scholars. They mastered the laws of the universe and cultivated them to produce desired effects. Alchemists were a rather rare breed for adventurers because they lacked damage output, unlike magi, who could utilize their vast reservoir of internal mana, and because they required rich knowledge and experience as well as rare items to reach their full potential. On the other hand, alchemists were very reliable in times of crisis like this one. Sitri stood apart from most of her colleagues because she had much first-hand experience, from frequently diving into treasure vaults. And while she had some quirks, Sitri also held a position at the Empire's Academic Institute. She, a terrific alchemist who'd earned the moniker the Prodigy, was truly the brains of Grieving Souls. Despite that, she was also very reserved and respectful that I would have never pegged her as Liz's sister if I didn't know them so well. On a side note, it's worth noting that generating magical creatures like slimes was one of the signature crafts of an alchemist. If only she was as good at keeping her creations safe. But unfortunately for us, she hadn't returned to the city.
Is there anything you've noticed?
Tough luck though. The fear of facing a treasure vault for the first time in years, and my panic brought on by Liz's surprise arrival had left me with barely a sliver of memory of how the place looked, let alone of any leads. I sat back into my chair and tried to recall the events in the vault, but I had nothing. If there'd been anything unusual, I would have remembered. Well, nothing really. I've been worrying about another matter the whole day. Crap.
Another matter?
I'd been so concerned with where that Sitri slime could have gone that I couldn't care less about the changes in the vault. Even now, my nightmare from last night still kept on replaying in my mind. Not that I'd have a chance at figuring out anything about the abnormal state of the vault if I tried, but I would choose to look for that damn slime if I had the time to do that kind of research.
Can't you tell us?
I'd sooner die than tell her I'd misplaced a creation of Sitri's, of all things, especially when Sitri had warned me to handle it carefully. You know what? I didn't misplace a Sitri slime. It's all some big misunderstanding. I'm psyching myself out over nothing, I'd decided. I laced my fingers together and stared at them in a way that looked like I was contemplating gravely. A level 8 hunter carried many secrets with him. I can't. No, not yet. There are ears everywhere.
You mean?
I couldn't stand to look at them, so I rose to my feet and turned away. Look at the bright side, I thought. Maybe letting that slip would work to my benefit. It could be an excuse for me to turn down Gark's request. Because any irregular activity in treasure vaults affected the treasure hunting community at large, I was fully willing to have First Steps cooperate in the research efforts. But now I could get out of doing the work myself, which meant that I didn't have to risk my life, nor sanity in the process. The association wouldn't waste their time misinterpreting my clueless comments, and my hanging out with Liz instead of spending time on this research would quell Liz for a while. This was a win-win arrangement. I'm a bit tied up at the moment, but you have the full support of my clan. I know. Ark would be the best fit for the job. I'll request that he assist in the research as soon as he returns.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Forgive me, Kaina. There's nothing I can do. The most specialized knowledge I have is a list of the best ice cream shops in the capital. I almost felt bad being a level 8, but they were the ones who gave me that rank in the first place. Besides, I was offering Ark as a token of apology for my ineptitude. That brilliant and multi-talented guy could solve most problems, I was sure. I was loaning them Ark though, just for the record, I still needed him back. You shouldn't get too worked up over it. If there are no changes to the ley lines, it won't take long for things to go back to normal. The flow of mana material and all the aspects tied to it, like the evolution of phantoms, were a force of nature. There was very little we mere mortals could do about them. Gark could hardly believe the girl's movements weren't some sort of magic. His extreme concentration made every second feel like several. Even then, he couldn't react fast enough, let alone dodge any attack. With all his strength, he could only barely block Liz's attacks, even though she could cast no spell and had no weapon. Her only means of attack were just thrusts and kicks. They were simply too fast. Most thieves were quick on their feet, but even Gark, in all his years as a hunter and an association branch manager, had rarely seen a hunter this quick. Stifled Shadow was the moniker of a hunter once known as the fastest thief in the capital. When he'd heard that Liz had inherited the moniker after just a few years of training, Gark had laughed in disbelief. Now the girl moved at least as fast as the previous Stifled Shadow.
You've gotten soft, Gark. That's what happens when you loaf behind your desk all day.
As if. I didn't get weaker. You got stronger.
His body ached for fresh air. Hiding his heavy breathing, Gark glowered at Liz, who'd had her disrespect on full display. While not his first weapon of choice, Gark had practiced the dagger to a certain degree, but the blade hadn't even served to limit Liz's mobility. let alone left so much as a scratch on her. It was like Liz didn't even see the dagger in his hand. Gark's every limb ached from blocking her attacks, where each blow felt bone-shaking despite being dealt by her skinny little arms. He could even be knocked out if a direct strike connected. Gark couldn't let himself be shown up by a mere hunter, but still, Liz had the upper hand undeniably. While Gark was standing on guard, Liz looked as if she was maintaining her stance completely effortlessly. At this moment, Liz was stronger than she'd ever been with the mana material she'd absorbed from Night Palace. A level 8 vault, she now had the most internal mana material she'd ever had. In contrast, Gark had been away from vaults for years. He was much bigger than Liz in stature. While her arms were long by proportion, Gark had a much longer reach, but she was vibrant with the sort of energy only seen in studious hunters who never stopped going into treasure vaults. Gark was sure after their exchange in battle that he wouldn't stand a chance of landing a hit on her even if he was willing to take a direct hit to go for a counter. Liz could simply move out of range quicker than he could swing his blade. The disparity in strength that had once divided them when the Grievers had first arrived at the capital was now completely reversed. Gark had expected the Grievers to grow dramatically stronger after their explorations in high-level vaults, but experiencing Liz's growth set his heart ablaze.
You gotta get some exercise, Gark. Did you gain some weight? Any hunter out there could take you on at this rate.
Enough. Not every hunter on the street is a Griever. I know I'm rusty, but I'm still on par with a level 5.
He'd finally reached his boiling point. He'd even contemplated a counter-strike below the belt, demoting Liz to a lower level. Doing so out of spite would be a massively inappropriate move, though.
Door's behind you. I feel bad that you've gotten so weak, so I'll let you walk out right now. See? This is how you spread kindness, not hate.
For a moment, Gark couldn't process what Liz had said. In the next, he was seeing nothing but red. Wrath boiled in the pit of his stomach, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time, and he squeezed his dagger's hilt until it cracked. Gark was a warrior-class hunter, a master of all weapons. One of the techniques he had mastered was to channel his explosive anger into strength, an ability that had contributed greatly to him earning his moniker. He hadn't had the chance to utilize it for a long time, but apparently his muscle memory remained.
Time for a life lesson, you little turd.
No, thank you. I'm not good with elderly care. You gotta ask Kana for that.
By now, several steps hunters were watching the conflict with interest, and a fearful crowd was growing outside the front door. While Gark still recognized the giant chasm between their power levels, he wasn't going to let Liz walk away without getting at least a lick in. His dagger's hilt had shattered in his hand, and his only weapon had fallen to the ground. But Gark paid it no mind and moved a step closer to Liz. "You're still going at it? Look at this mess. We already settled everything upstairs. So, here, Gark, calm down." His timing seemed too perfect. What's more, Gark had never noticed Krai leaving the room, but Krai had just descended the stairs with Kaina and let out a sigh.
Hey, Krai baby, Gark here just wouldn't listen to reason.
"We have to get contractors in here." Meanwhile, Kaina tensely approached Gark, who still stood ready to fight. Seeing the look on his officer's face, Gark finally relaxed. He took deep breaths as the pain all over his body began to come back. There was no serious injury, but Gark suspected that he had sustained a few fractures. Gark frowned as he dreaded a prospective talking to from Kaina apparently. Kaina had completed their objective while he and Liz were exchanging blows. In any case, he'd resolved to train himself back in shape again so as to never let himself be ridiculed by a bratty hunter again. Grieving souls had many enemies. It was mostly because Luke and Liz kept starting fights everywhere they went. They were willing to travel days in a direction to challenge a master swordsman or massacre a group of bandits that had defeated a Knights Orders battalion. It wasn't hard to imagine how much of a nuisance they were when they didn't even bow to any power. Not that we had a good reputation now, but if there hadn't been a general affection for strength among hunters, we might have been kicked out of the capital by now for causing so much trouble. With our eerie party name, we'd also been attacked from time to time, being mistaken for bandits or a ghost party, which were hunters who specialized in taking not exactly legal quests. Those misunderstandings were few and far between in the capital now, but my fellow Grievers had told me that they still experienced that when they traveled far off from the city.
Time is a cruel mistress, isn't it? How far Gark has fallen.
I don't think he's fallen. It's not fair to compare him to you when you're still out in the field.
You see her?
Gark really wasn't weak at all. I'd seen him, here and there, breaking up drunken fights among hunters by beating up both sides, and his face was still as scary as it always had been. It's just that a decline in strength was inevitable whenever a hunter stepped away from vaults. Even the brazenly confident Liz would lose some of her strength. One day. That was one reason many hunters moved from their base of operations when they retired. Most of the treasure hunters who doubled as mercenaries or bounty hunters made quite a few enemies over the course of their careers. That wouldn't be a problem while the retired hunter was still strong enough to fend them off, but what would happen is their strength declined. They couldn't risk having an old grudge strike after they'd grown weak. But someone like Liz would never back down from a fight. While the rest of the grievers had no plans of retiring anytime soon, I had been looking into a few places I'd like to move to once I retire. Then I recalled once again how Gark looked far too enraged to have only received a little teasing from Liz. I thought he knew how impossible Liz could be, but maybe he finally snapped. Gark had a competitive side too. He might be off to a treasure vault at this very moment. Liz and I continued walking down the streets of the capital, chatting as we went. Despite the apparent turbulence that was striking the association, the city, by and large, seemed as peaceful as ever. Amid the tranquil atmosphere, Liz's revealing outfit, contrasted by her robot-like boots, drew much attention to us. Of course, she seemed utterly unbothered by those gazes and seemed perfectly content, if only she was always this chill. We'd been discussing the Grievers' latest treasure hunt at Night Palace. There were a few treasure vaults that hunters rarely took on for various reasons. They were in an inconvenient location, or terrain. Their phantoms were too strong, they dropped only certain types of relics and so on. In any case, mana material would eventually become too abundant in these vaults to a point where they would grow extremely dangerous because of it. Night Palace was one such place, a level 8 castle defended by a plethora of phantoms. Apparently, the vault was based on mythology and thus the great variety of phantoms. Yet the difficulty in prepping for all those challenging monsters and its remote location had left the vault untouched by hunters for a long time, much more so than White Wolf's Den. And while White Wolf's Den was left alone because of its unprofitableness, Night Palace was feared for its difficulty. No hunter was known to have traversed it successfully, and so there was close to no information about the place available. Even the few hunters who were drawn out there by the rumors of abundant relics abandoned their plans after one look at the vault from afar. As terrified as I was when the other grievers mentioned Night Palace as their next objective, I couldn't bring myself to hold them back as they excitedly told me about it. I was their leader, so the final decision of the party rested with me. There was a chance that they wouldn't have gone if I'd stopped them, but how could I sabotage their path to heroism? Besides, Liz came back safe and sound, vindicating my choice to let them go. Liz's recount of their adventures was more passionate than usual, featuring an impressive array of phantoms. I recognized the famous ones like dragons and griffins, but then there were plenty of names that meant nothing to me. Squonks? Jakuli? What kind of creatures were those anyway?
Sitri said they could have come from the legend of Dark Lord Graps. There are a lot of intelligent humanoid phantoms too, so it was like a mishmash of legends. I didn't expect anything too big since we were indoors, but there was this rift in space-time.
Really? Were they strong? Dark Lord Graps was a tyrant who'd supposedly ruled the continent thousands of years ago. Legend told of him controlling numerous beasts at will and creating many creatures that shouldn't have existed through sinister rituals. That was way before the Empire was established, but his vast influence was still seen in phantoms that resembled his servants, found in treasure vaults throughout the continent. All in all, he wasn't very liked by hunters.
The strongest one we've faced so far? It does live up to its level. Those Graps' beasts are tough to crack. I bet they were way stronger than the real ones in the legends. You can't do much to them with physical attacks, and they form hordes. To be honest, I was getting kind of sick of them. We could at least manage to get away from them, though.
Then why do you sound so happy about it? I could never imagine how dangerous a phantom that even Liz, whose strength I already couldn't comprehend, was sick of was. She could catch bullets, and she still had a tough time dealing with them. What do you think of them compared to the boss in White Wolf's Den? That wolf knight with a human skull stood out even among the newly invigorated vault, greatly setting back a party led by an experienced level 5 hunter, even though I hadn't fought the thing directly since Liz had come to the rescue just in time. Just thinking of those eyes glimmering through the skull mask made me want to immediately retire from hunting.
Was there a boss?
Oh, right.
I'm sorry. I'm sure there was if you say so, crybaby. I'm sorry. I don't really remember all the trash in there. I just remember how pathetic T was and how some pieces of trash didn't know their places.
Compared to level 8 phantoms, even that boss wasn't worth a second thought, apparently. It didn't look like there'd ever be another hunt where I'd join the other grievers in. I wasn't upset by that fact, nor did I regret my decision to build a clan and step away from the front lines. I felt a twinge of loneliness that the results of our assessment of vaults and phantoms had grown apart so much. Liz saw the look on my face, and she clasped my hand in her own.
But they're pieces of trash that come with all sorts of weapons. I could use them for T's training. I wish they had non-physical attacks too, but don't you think they'd be great for T?
Uh-huh.
Right? I'll take her down there next time. When you train with humans, they always hold back. It's not real training if your life's not on the line, right?
Crap. I should have disagreed. Now Tina was doomed to a series of life and death training. I should make it up to her by taking her out for ice cream sometime. With Liz leading the way, walking through the city hand in hand made me feel relaxed for the first time in a while. We must have looked like an ordinary couple. Liz was a fierce and curious hunter who loved to fight. But whenever I went out with her, she preferred typical hangout spots, shopping at boutiques, jewelry stores, and stopping at cafes. She didn't like going to bars, weapon shops, nor even fishing for attackers by walking down abandoned alleys. I suspected that even Liz got tired of the stress that came with training and going into treasure vaults once in a while. Maybe this was her way of recharging. When grieving souls went on a hunt, we split the profit, after subtracting expenses for supplies evenly among members. But since Liz rarely wanted many things, she was loaded unlike me, who always blew my share on relics. Liz wore a leather pouch on her belt that served as her wallet, and it was filled to the brim with coins. Her full pouch contrasted greatly with my wallet. Mine only contained 5 imperial gold medallions, equivalent to 500,000 guild, that Eva packed me with for emergencies, and a meager 10,000 guild of my own money. It was pretty refreshing to see Liz buy expensive clothes and jewelry. Only that I hesitated to answer her question of whether a piece of clothing looked good on her every time she tried one on. All in all, it wasn't too bad though. I didn't understand the expensive clothes she picked, but they all looked great on her. I wished I could have bought some for her, but I could only do so if there were 2 fewer zeros on their price tags. I couldn't very well dip into the clan's emergency fund, could I? During our date, I kept one ear open for any sign of the Sitri slime, but there was no indication of it. People were talking about the northern road being shut down. But considering the timeline, the shifts in the vault, and the appearance of phantoms along the road happened before I lost a slime. There was no way that could have been my fault.
What's the matter, crybaby? You look a little down?
I felt bad I was making everyone worried for me. And so after a few moments, I carefully asked, Liz, if, hypothetically, all of Zebrudia came crashing down, what would you do?
Let's run away together.
Well, we couldn't do that.
Maybe somewhere tropical. I'd love to see the ocean. I never have.
She sounded very optimistic for a hypothetical end of the empire. Still, watching Liz daydream about a tropical getaway eased my stress a little bit. I do what I can, but if that wasn't enough, it wouldn't be so bad to make a run for it like Liz just said. Going to see the ocean didn't sound too bad. You can't run underwater, you know.
How would you know?
Easy. Laws of physics.
There's supposed to be vaults under the sea. They've got to be gorgeous. I'll have to figure out how to breathe underwater. Ooh, and I'd love to fly above the clouds too. The capital's a convenient place to live in, but after all these years, you know.
She sounded just like she was planning a vacation. As we continued to walk down the street with me nodding along to Liz's chit-chat, Liz's expression suddenly grew tense, and before I knew it, she had let go of my arm. By the time I heard her shopping bags hit the floor, she was already pinning a man on the ground a few meters ahead. She had him by the wrist with one foot on his back, a flawless lock. I was walking next to Liz, and even I couldn't follow her tackle the man. I doubted he even knew what had hit him. The poor sap whimpered in pain. He was a bearded man of my height with a brown coat. He didn't look all that remarkable and definitely didn't look like a hunter. I stood there dumbfounded for a second before running over. Hunter on normie assault was a big no-no, especially when the attack was unwarranted. Despite Liz's violent nature, she hadn't attacked a non-hunter in a long time. Just as I thought she was starting to become more reasonable, now, what was that just now? What you doing, Liz? Passers-by awkwardly hastened their steps. It was only a matter of time before the peacekeepers arrived. On the brink of breaking the man's arm, Liz maintained her grip while keeping her eyes fixed on him beneath her foot. With an ice-cold stare, Liz pressed her foot harder on his back. The guy struggled, but her grip didn't budge.
He was staring at us.
So? I hardly thought a single stare deserved to be met with such cold-blooded assault. With Liz's vibrant demeanor drawing a lot of attention, I'd been noticing plenty of glances throughout our stroll. What made his gaze so offensive to her? The man let out another agonized groan, and so I took Liz's arm and pried it off his arm. Let's start by letting go, okay? The man sat up and coughed as Liz stepped off him, gazing up at us with fear in his eyes. He really seemed like an ordinary middle-aged man of a normal build with neither scars nor weapons. He was just another law-abiding citizen. Liz's action, on the other hand, was far from law-abiding. As much leeway as the Capitol's administration allowed hunters in their actions, they didn't go so far as to give hunters a pass for attacking normies. I'm sorry. She's mentally unstable. Are you hurt? The assaulted citizen didn't take my hand and ran away in a tizzy, with Liz's boot print still on his back, after letting out a short cry. Behind him, Liz frowned as he fled. He's not hurt then. What a relief. Well, it wasn't exactly a relief. There was no telling what would set Liz off, and that wasn't good for my heart. What now? What part of that interaction ticked you off? Up until this point, Liz had been relatively well-behaved. But I had to get us out of here before a crowd formed and looked at me with that familiar look on their faces that said, "You again."
Wait a minute. You were stringing him along.
Stringing him along? What in the world was she talking about? I couldn't be bothered by every staring eye. It wasn't like their gazes were hurting me anyway. What did Liz expect when she wore boot relics that could be spotted from the other end of the Capitol? You're getting a talking to later, Liz.
You're too good of an actor. It went right over my head, and I'm usually pretty good at this stuff. I'll be more careful next time.
Navigating the Capitol was as familiar as strolling through his own backyard for the man. He knew every path, from the busiest main roads to the darkest alleys that most law-abiding citizens avoided. But now, as he sprinted with all his might, like prey escaping an apex predator, he had no time to think. His oxygen-deprived brain was burned with the image of the pair of bone-chilling eyes that had locked onto him. No pedestrian dared stand in his way after seeing his expression. Only after running for half an hour did the man turn around, as his shoulders rose and fell with each ragged breath, to confirm that he hadn't been pursued. He'd arrived outside a dingy building in the decaying district, the capital's southwestern neighborhood that was more run-down and crime-ridden than the rest of the city. He knew that he wouldn't have made it this far if his assailant didn't want him to. In fact, he would have never escaped her grip in the first place if she really wanted to keep him there. As slender as her limbs were, they had felt like a pair of vises that pinned him in the most efficient way possible. It even felt like he was tied up from head to toe. A dusty ray of sunlight peeked into the alley and illuminated his vision, now blurry from exertion, as he regained his composure.
What just happened? Out of breath, he clasped his arms, which were shaking nonstop.
He hadn't walked half-heartedly into the mission against a level 8 and a level 6 hunter. He could have sworn that he hadn't done anything to betray his identity. His targets had already been drawing a lot of attention in the crowded streets. There had been no way to distinguish his attention from anyone else's when he hadn't even made any moves against them. The non-hunter's sole objective had been to observe them, with his top priority being to avoid detection. He'd been confident in his ability to do so. He dressed and acted inconspicuously, following the couple from a safe distance without staring for long nor showing any animosity. He'd even made sure to always remain in their blind spots. As someone who was a master of thief techniques, he'd taken every precaution perfectly. Truth was, he didn't so much as suspect that he had been noticed until his face was on the ground. Clutching his arm, which still throbbed in pain from the detainment, the man controlled his breathing. As much as he wanted to chalk it up to bad luck, there was no denying that his cover had been blown by the stifled shadow. The question was, why did the 1,000 Tricks release him after going through the trouble of detaining him? He couldn't fathom why they'd let a man who'd been stalking them go scot-free. If it'd been their intention to let him be, there'd been no reason for the 1,000 Tricks to have his companion detain him. What was more, the level 8 hunter even gave him a deliberately fake apology. Although the man would have kept his lips sealed through interrogation or torture, he was troubled by the fact that he was set free.
Was that a warning? Damn it! How much does he know?
He gritted his teeth. It was inconceivable that information about the syndicate had been leaked. Their plan was perfect, or so it seemed. When Noctis Cochlear had ordered him to keep an eye on the 1,000 Tricks, he'd thought the scientist overly cautious. But now the image of the young hunter's face flashed before his eyes, making him tremble all over again. Behind that building, the man remained until dusk fell upon the city.
White Wolf's den is over. Worse, he knows about us.
Regardless of what the 1,000 Tricks wanted to do with that information, the syndicate's situation couldn't have been any worse. He'd have to notify the team that they'd have to change their plans. Not a soul was watching the man as he stumbled into the darkening alley. The capital city of Zebrudia was surrounded by sturdy walls intended to keep monsters out of the city. From a bird's-eye view, one could see the rectangular outline of the city with the Emperor's castle in the center. The walls of the capital grew with the city, expanding in conjunction with the city every time it grew bigger. Because of how the city was organized, the city became increasingly old and energetic the closer one got to its center. Neighborhoods near the city walls, except for the 4 gates necessary for traveling in and out of the city, were the worst in the city. The western neighborhood was the most dangerous among them, being crisscrossed by haphazardly laid alleys barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The cramped alleys, which stayed dark even during the day, were accompanied by patchworks of crowded buildings, as if the sprawl of the city was physically confined by the city wall, a stark contrast to the vibrant and spacious infrastructure near the center of the capital. The southwestern decaying district of Zibrudia was a place averted by most residents even under daylight. Even the peacekeepers stayed away from this area, barring when there were reports of serious crimes. Those who lived there were either impoverished or had run-ins with law enforcement. Hunters expelled from the association for committing crimes, dealers of illegal merchandise, sellers who could mysteriously sell items at ridiculous discounts, members of criminal syndicates, and even notorious hunters who were forced into hiding for one reason or another. This neighborhood was the melting pot of the capital's chaotic mixture of the good and the evil, and of the useful and the useless. Picking out the few and far between valuable treasures from such a place required authority, fame, funds, and connections. None of that had anything to do with me, of course. We were now walking through and taking in the view of the decaying district, which I'd barely set foot in since arriving at Zibrudia. There were eyes on us. A child was watching from a small space between 2 houses. A wary look was coming from the second-story window of a house that looked ready to collapse any minute. It wasn't the warmest welcome, but we weren't here to start fights with them. Since I couldn't have come across as a stronger hunter, I assumed visitors like us were an unusual occurrence.
Krai, baby, what are we doing here?
Liz was picky about many things, but she rarely refused favors I asked of her. Today, she looked more like a hunter, unlike the other day when we'd gone on a date. She wore shorts and a minimal outfit in black and red that maximized her mobility. She'd also slung a pack full of potions and lockpicks on her belt for easy access and had adorned her right forearm with her weapon of choice, a special wrist guard. Combined with the apex roots that she always kept on her feet, Liz was in full-blown hunting gear. I would have worn more protective armor if I were in her shoes, but I suppose that's what being a thief was all about. Don't let your guard down.
I wouldn't know how to. I'd never let my guard down when I'm protecting you, Crybaby.
It certainly seemed like she was letting her guard down, but maybe an excellent hunter like her had a different definition of letting one's guard down.
Besides, this place is my backyard. Let's just think of this as part 2 of our date.
Do you come to these parts often?
There were a bunch of pickpockets and plenty of attacks against us when I came with Tira City, but I haven't been back here in a while.
That wasn't exactly the answer I was expecting. But now that I thought about it, it seemed strange that no one had attacked us, let alone approached us in this notoriously crime-ridden decaying district, especially when I was decked out in relics that looked like expensive jewelry. Upon closer inspection, people who looked like obvious thugs and desperate ex-hunters always stayed clear of the street as soon as they spotted Liz. Meanwhile, she was happily humming a tune. I decided not to worry myself over the situation. Tell me if you see something.
What does something look like?
Liz was always on my side, and I trusted her more than I trusted myself. So, after hesitating for a few seconds, I said, "Something slimy, just in case it does show up." Many children have recently disappeared from the decaying district, Eva had told me last night. Apparently she'd gone to research strange occurrences in the capital even after I told her not to bother, though that was very considerate of her when she, unlike me, had real work to do on top of that. Well, the decaying district was a lawless land. It was one of the most dangerous places in the capital to be. Not even the peacekeepers came near it unless it was absolutely necessary. Some rumors even alluded that certain mafia gangs and evil syndicates called this place home. If I had it my way, I would have never come anywhere near this place. In fact, this was my first time seeing the district in person. Even if I dropped the Sitri slime somewhere, I had only handled its container during my brief flight from the clan house to White Wolf's den. The decaying district was not on that route, so it was extremely unlikely that the slime had anything to do with the missing children. But still, Liz and I found ourselves here because I wanted to explore even the slightest chance of finding the slime, and partially because Eva had included a tip about a well-known ice cream shop in the district. Apparently she'd taken my joke about searching for new ice cream places to heart. I loved that about her. This particular establishment was famous in the district for providing ice cream to its less well-to-do residents at a very reasonable price. I couldn't ignore critical information like that. I explained to Liz our reason for being here, except the part about ice cream, and she looked almost bored.
Children, huh? You've too much time on your hands, crybaby. There are so many of them here. I don't think anyone misses them.
As the rumors had made it seem, the district was a truly miserable place. People shouted and screamed in the distance intermittently. Alleyways formed a maze strewn with piles of trash on every corner. And the air consistently carried a horrible stench that I suspected to have emanated from the canal nearby. No wonder the peacekeepers didn't want to patrol here. This was a place no sane person would choose to visit. But not even the resilient people of the decaying district dared make eye contact with Liz. You haven't killed anyone here, have you?
Just like you told me, I never throw the first punch.
That wasn't an answer to my question. Just from our quick stroll so far, I could see that Liz was right that the decaying district was much more populated than I'd imagined. Adults along with children in rags were casting curious glances our way. Unlike Liz, whose slenderness was due to her perfectly toned muscles, many of them looked like they were on the verge of malnourishment. The capital was considered a prosperous city by and large, but I supposed poverty lay in the shadow of all prosperity.
So, crybaby, what's the plan? I don't think asking them questions would be of any use.
That's okay. It'll be obvious.
Of course it will be, crybaby.
I was neither here to solve the pressing poverty issue, nor search for those missing kids. The only reason I was here was to look for the Sitri slime, which I might have dropped somewhere if the slime was nearby. It would have wreaked tremendous havoc by now. But luckily for me, I hadn't seen any disaster zones so far. And if our thief Liz wasn't picking up on anything, chances were that the slime wasn't around. This might turn out to be a normal date after all.
Why's that? You think you're too intimidating?
If either of us is intimidating, it's you. For some reason, Liz reacted to that by beaming and wrapping her arm around mine. Anyway, I decided to set course for the ice cream shop and keep an eye out along the way. The scrawny guy in a black jacket and the girl exposing her shoulders and midriff stuck out like a sore thumb in the decaying district. Despite the pair being obviously wealthy, no one ventured to mug them. While peacekeepers didn't service the decaying district, the district had its own code. Among them was a commonly known rule to never mess with certain people, and on top of that list of certain people was Liz Smart, the stifled shadow. She was considered a mortal threat to the decaying district because she was quicker to violence than a bandit and ruthless enough to take out anyone no matter their gender or age who defied her. An elder swiftly brought this information to a man in a structure among the rows of paint-stripped houses. He came not only because he was paid to watch the entrance of the district, but also because Liz's face was widely recognized by everyone in the district.
Impossible. This can't be. I was not followed. There's no way they could have known.
Akashic Tower was the largest magical syndicate out there, and its members' goal was to pursue the ultimate truth. But since they did so at all costs, they were wanted worldwide. Yet still, Akashic Tower garnered a lot of supporters because it boasted a roster of powerful magi and access to robust technology. The syndicate had grown to its current size by recruiting a significant population of magi who had resorted to illegal experimentation in their relentless pursuit of knowledge and power. And while several forces were lurking in the shadows of the decaying district, the tower reigned atop them all, with its deep pockets and forces powerful enough to defeat elite hunters. The man who had muttered to himself was an agent of an Akashic Tower field unit. As such, he was confident in his combat abilities, and had his fair share of fighting experience against non-hunters, that was. His chief duties in the syndicate were reconnaissance missions. He couldn't slow down a high-level hunter.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
The decaying district served as a vital base of operations for the tower because of its lawlessness. Even though the tower's current experiment only took place in treasure vaults, the man had plenty of things in the room that, if fallen into the wrong hands, could severely damage the tower. Reports of their experiments, rare and dangerous catalysts that were illegal to trade in the Empire, and the creatures in the basement. If any of them were brought to light, it would greatly sabotage their experiments in the capital. If that were to happen, the man wondered, how would the Master of Magi react? Noctis Cochlear was a man of reason, but he wasn't so soft as to give second chances. Picturing Noctis's dark eyes that seemed to gleam with a force unbecoming of the Midas's age, the agent shuddered. Could he remove the documents and materials before the hunters arrived? No. There'd be no time if they were heading here straight away. On the other hand, how much did the hunters really know? The man had no way of telling. He'd always covered his tracks with utmost care. With how many most wanted lists the tower was on throughout the world, they couldn't afford a single mistake. None had been made until now, but even their patrons with powerful positions within the Empire wouldn't risk their own power to protect the Syndicate if a high-level hunter presented them with direct evidence against Akashic Tower. As the agent stood in turmoil, another tip came at his door. The 1,000 Tricks was heading for the ice cream shop.
All hope had been lost.
Obviously, the clan master of First Steps knew all their secrets. There was no denying that he, at least, had strong suspicions about the tower's operations. There was only one ice cream shop in the district that was the shadowy side of the Empire. One of the benefits of operating out of an area as seedy as the decaying district was the abundance of subjects for experimentation. People no one would miss. Children who lacked judgment and strength, made for the best subjects especially when they were so easy to attract. With only something sweet, Syndicate agents could make them disappear at the most inconspicuous times. Their ice cream shop cover, which the Syndicate had not been entirely convinced of before bringing it to operation, was functioning much better than they'd expected. The agent wondered if that was what had drawn the hunters' attention, but he told himself again that they'd concealed their operation perfectly. With or without the tower's doing, it wasn't a rare occurrence for children to disappear in the urban jungle that was the decaying district anyway. Racked with regret, the agent reasoned that the hunter's investigation was at least a sign that no definite proof about the Syndicate had yet reached the Empire itself. At this point, however, the agent saw no other way to avoid detection other than to destroy all evidence and completely halt their experiments in the Empire. Until it dawned on him. He just had to eliminate the 1,000 Tricks and the stifled shadow. If it weren't for the 1,000 Tricks in particular, Rudolph would have never survived White Wolf's den and revealed the changes that the Syndicate had brought about to the vault. The average hunter wouldn't have stuck his neck out that far, and the Association and the Empire rarely overstepped the scope of their duties. The 1,000 Tricks was the Syndicate's greatest threat at the moment. This revelation brought no more hope to the agent, however. He had no reservations about killing. He had plenty of experience doing that. He just simply didn't know how he could pull off killing one of only 3 level 8 hunters in the capital. The agent knew full well from experience that high-level hunters were nothing short of freaks, and as a mortal man he had no means of killing one. While the 1,000 Tricks looked like nothing more than a scrawny young man, and didn't have the distinctive aura that high-level hunters usually carried, the agent wasn't naive enough to be fooled by that guise. The agent's heart was pounding painfully in his chest. Noctis's current experiment was his true passion, and it had drawn much attention within the Syndicate. Allowing a single hunter to thwart this highly anticipated experiment would surely result in harsh retribution from the powers that ruled Akashic Tower. The silence in the room was deafening. The agent stood completely still and focused on his senses. With thoughts of the 1,000 Tricks tracking him down and breaking into this very room at any second, he was nearly overcome by a strange fear. The agent leaped to his feet and, out of instinct, drew his dagger. What would this dagger do against a level 8 freak? It isn't even enchanted, whispered his last shred of sanity to him. But all the same, he had no other weapon on him. He could only stand there trembling, at the brink of collapse.
I've just returned at my master's orders. What's the matter?
Much to his surprise, the agent recognized the voice.
You're... Oh, here's a souvenir for you.
The voice belonged to a teenage girl with eyes the color of deep crimson flames. Her hair of the same hue draped voluminously down to her waist. On her was a black long-sleeved robe that covered most of her skin. While her current attire was far from fashionable, her unblemished skin and picturesque face gave a glimpse of how much attention she would have drawn if she ever decided to dress like a normal teenager. The agent knew that the girl was not a pretty, but inexperienced, magus like she appeared to be. In fact, she was Noctis Cochlear's best apprentice. A mad magus whom Noctis himself had called a slave to truth-seeking.
Sophia, you're back!
Sophia Black had displayed her excellent talents in all manners of research, had invented countless weapons, and had overcome hurdle after hurdle in her life. And now, she was looking at the agent with confusion. By the time Liz and I returned to the clan house, the sun had long set. As expected, we'd found no trace of the Sitri slime. I'd even interviewed some people to no avail. People disappeared all the time in the decaying district, and so I was forced to conclude that Eva's tip had nothing to do with the missing slime. But just in case, I had Liz look out for it. If even the keenest set of senses the Grievers had to offer couldn't find it, it definitely wasn't in the district.
Maybe I'm in need of a tune-up.
Don't worry about it. You didn't mess up or anything. I was overthinking it. Liz was always full of energy and quick to throw punches. Yet, she put too much stock in my expectations for her, which I was sure had affected how she trained Tino. Her trust in me was probably far greater than what a normal party leader would garner from their members. This was precisely why I couldn't make rash decisions. Well, to be more accurate, I needed to acknowledge my rash decisions when I did make them. And this meant I must admit that I did need Sitri's help after all. Sitri, our talented alchemist, was Liz's sister. But despite their similar looks, their personalities couldn't have been more different. Sitri was a composed, studious, and adroit person who could take on any challenge flawlessly. Her level was technically the lowest among all grievers due to a tragic circumstance, but her abilities were in no way inferior to those of any other member. While Liz had the upper hand in the department of physical abilities, Sitri's expansive and diverse knowledge base put the rest of us to shame. Anyway, the Sitri slime was her creation. With her knowledge and experience, she would surely have figured out, based on its nature, how the slime had escaped its metal capsule and gone missing, as well as where it was now. Even if Sitri had neglected to put the slime in the capsule before giving it to me, I'd still have to ask her for the current whereabouts of the slime either way. The only question was, when would she return from Mike Palace? A week had passed since Liz's solo return to the capital, and since, apparently, Liz had left after the party had reached a boss room, I had expected the rest of the grievers to return soon. Do you know when Sitri's coming back?
What's wrong, crybaby? What do you want with
The capital was safe and sound for the time being, but I wanted some guarantee that this would last a little longer. If the capital were to be hit with a great disaster and brought to ruins, I'd be long gone from the place before even considering any other option. But knowing that I was the cause, I would reconsider that.
I have no idea, but if it's something I can help you with, I'll do anything for you.
I'm not sure about the details yet, so I won't tell you, but I need to know something about a magical creature.
Oh, yeah, you might need City for that.
As much as Liz was a meathead, she was a self-aware meathead. Since I was seeking answers regarding Sitri's own creation, and she hadn't told me any details about it, asking any other expert on magical creatures would have been useless. Honestly, I'd been too scared to ask Sitri more about the slime, knowing that whatever she had to say about it would just make me more afraid to keep it anywhere near me. But to be fair, I didn't expect to lose the thing. I just couldn't get it off my mind, but I know showing concern for it 24/7 would only sow seeds of anxiety within the clan. I sank deep into my clan master's chair, trying my best to maintain my calm and cool facade. A week had already gone by, and if the city wasn't destroyed by now, the chance that it was ever going to be was slim, after all. Sitri'll be back soon enough.
Well, she was excited about going to a level 8 vault and all the new stuff it offers. She might be there for a while. She did bring along all sorts of weird equipment after all. Not that I think they'd stay too long without me, though.
Sitri could be obsessive. Plenty of our previous quests had been extended thanks to her curiosity. Yet whenever that happened, the other members were all too happy to prolong their trips as well. What a disciplined party I was in. Starting to feel a bit nervous, I cleared my throat. I would have picked a relic to polish to calm myself, but they'd all been polished perfectly already. It's okay. She'll be back soon. Soon. Then, the office door opened suddenly. Eva walked in briskly, gave a glance to Liz, who was lounging on the sofa, and turned to me without a word. Despite Liz's combative nature, she'd never messed with Eva because I'd told her over and over and over again not to mess with my brilliant vice clan master. If she scared Eva away, this clan would cease to function.
Aloha, Eva.
Aloha. Krai. I've selected members from the clan to aid in the investigation of White Wolf's den. If you would like to amend the selection in any way.
Oh, thank you. I'll leave that to you. Ark's not here anyway.
Gark came in this afternoon, and I negotiated in your stead. He did seem rather concerned with your absence.
There wasn't much I could have done at the meeting anyway, other than maybe interjecting a couple well-timed ahus. I'd trust Eva's call over mine any day. Unlike other clans where clan masters held their positions because they were good at their jobs, our clan had Eva, who was far better at every aspect of clan management than I was. But wasn't it worth something that I was at least self-aware of how useless I was? Like usual, I'll leave the basics to you. You can come talk to me whenever you need to, and I'll check in if I need anything. I really appreciate your help.
No. I know I can't help with what's really important.
What is she talking about? She didn't look like she was joking, but her statement made no sense either. Maybe she was telling me to do my job sarcastically. Her wit was wasted on me if that was her intention. This clan can't run without you, seriously. Undeniably, Eva had done so much work for me.
Was my information useful? You don't usually leave the clan house during the day.
I was sure that gathering intel on the decaying district required its own kind of finesse. But unfortunately, I wasn't even able to verify the rumors about the uptick in missing children. So was her information useful? Sadly, not really. But I wasn't going to shoot Eva down when she'd already done everything to answer my whim. But then neither could I lie. Eva would see right through me, and Liz was right here in the room. I didn't find what I was looking for, but that doesn't mean I didn't gain anything. Knowing that the decaying district had nothing out of sorts alone was enough for me. But Eva gave me a quizzical look instead. Maybe I was being too obvious and avoiding a straight answer.
Oh, right. I went to the ice cream shop you told me about, but it was closed.
Is that so? I thought they were open every day of the week.
They had their shutters down. It was a shame. Maybe they had an emergency. It was a bit daunting to think that I'd have to make my way back there on another day. Maybe I'd take Tina with me next time.
I could smell it when we got there, and I could hear people inside. They must have been open until just before we got there. Crybaby took time out of his busy day to go. So rude of them.
It was quite the ordeal to stop Liz from pounding on the shutters and trying to break into the place. She didn't like ice cream at all, so that was all for my benefit. Although what really would benefit me would be for her to stop doing things like that.
As you may know already, the investigation of White Wolf's den will commence in the next few days. The recruited experts will comb through the entire vault, I was told.
That sounded like the association was making a pretty big deal out of it. I wondered how many of our members had Ava signed up for the mission. Not that it affected me in any way, though. It wasn't me going in there again anyway. In fact, I wanted to pat myself on the back for making it out of that place alive after charging into there alone.
Is anything wrong?
What? Not really. Our members can handle themselves. Whatever's going on down there, I'm sure is fine. It was only a level 3 vault to begin with, after all. Besides, things were different from when I'd blindly sent in Tino's team. Now everyone knew something was wrong with White Wolf's den. With proper preparations, most phantoms shouldn't be a problem. And still, Eva looked at me doubtfully. What was she so concerned about? In an Akashic Tower base of operations at a safe distance from the decaying district, Noctis had gathered nearly his entire research team. His apprentices, informants, tasked with gathering intel throughout the capital and communicating with the headquarters and bodyguards. Due to the secretive nature of the syndicate, this was the first time that so many members of his team had congregated in one place. Each of their faces was underscored with the severity of the situation, and their eyes were focused on a female magus, Sophia Black, who just returned to base.
It's about time. Where have you been while we dealt with this crisis without you?
I'm sorry. I had to travel rather far to gather ingredients for an experiment.
Her apology didn't improve Flick's disdain one bit. His eyes still shone with contempt and envy for an inferior magus whom his master favored over him. In truth, Sophia was noticeably less adept at spellcasting than the other apprentices. If she were to challenge any of them in a magic duel, she wouldn't stand a chance. All magi took pride in their spellcasting prowess, and Flick couldn't stand that Sophia had been appointed as the first apprentice despite her inferior magic abilities. If only Sophia had been better practiced at magic, she would have garnered more respect from her fellow apprentices. However, there was a good reason Noctis had chosen her as his first apprentice over the others. Noctis and his team had been backed into a corner. He'd called this meeting, including everyone precisely because the decision they'd make would have direct effects on their plan. Not only had their experiment been brought to light, but both the Association and the Empire had also each launched an investigation. And to add insult to injury, the 1,000 Tricks had located at least one of their bases. In addition to a large amount of time and money, Noctis's project required a location that met specific parameters. Noctis's experiment had only just gotten off the ground, but even if they were to abandon their lab underneath White Wolf's den and relocation with results they'd achieved so far, their research would be significantly delayed by their scout for a new location in another country. But on the other hand, if the Empire were to capture them and seize their lab results, the damage would be irreparable. Anyone arrested for these crimes would hang on the gallows without question, and the Empire would reinforce security to prevent Noctis or any surviving members from ever experimenting within the Empire again. A bust like that would most likely hurt the Syndicate at large, too. Noctis, driven only by his unending ambition for the truth, had no sense of obligation towards the organization that had given him a place following his exile from the world of proper academia as a result of his dealing with a taboo subject matter. But still, he didn't like his chances against a superpower like the Empire. Now he faced a fork in the road ahead: retreat or fight until the bitter end. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikaze, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. The biggest monkey wrench thrown into his plan was none other than the 1,000 Tricks. Noctis could deal with both the Association and the Empire when the only lead they had was the changes in White Wolf's den. They'd never uncover Noctis nor his team on that alone. Had that been the case, they'd only have to abandon, or simply pause, their experiment below the vault until the dust settled. The changes they triggered in the vault were only temporary, so White Wolf's den would revert to its normal state after some time. Then neither the Association nor the Empire would suspect anything more than a fluky phenomenon, as long as no one was wiser than that and suspected otherwise. With the 1,000 Tricks privy to their existence, Noctis knew the level 8 hunter would prove to be a significant roadblock to their plan.
How much does he know? How did he find out about us? Furthermore, why has he not come after us yet?
These worries had kept Noctis from making a decision. Back in the days before Noctis's fame had turned to notoriety, he'd looked down on treasure hunters. They'd been rowdy thugs who thought they ruled the world, drunk on the power given to them by mana material. They'd been lowlifes who lived only to serve their own wants without so much as an inclination to uncover the underlying principles of the energy that gave them their strength in the first place. But now, Noctis had a new perspective on them. After taking in a substantial amount of mana material during his experiment below a vault, he had come to realize just how powerful a force mana material could be enough to warrant the egotistical behavior of hunters bolstered by it. Feeling how powerful he'd been made by just the relatively thin flow of mana material in White Wolf's den, Noctis could hardly imagine how much power the Grievers must have gained through their conquests of treasure vaults. Far more dangerous than White Wolf's den. Noctis had absolute confidence in his spellcasting abilities, but he wasn't foolhardy. He couldn't be sure if he could win a fair fight against the 1,000 Tricks. His apprentices seemed to share the same sentiment, as none of them called for the team to fight the hunter. In fact, most of them were leaning towards the flight option. Having been relayed the events that had transpired in her absence, Sophia, completely unfazed, closed her eyes and pondered for some moments. But just as the other apprentices were about to break the silence, she opened her blood-red eyes.
Let's fight. It must be so.
So, Sophia, we're talking about a level 8. Tell me you have a plan.
The team had already conducted an extensive investigation on the 1,000 Tricks, but hadn't found any information on his modus operandi. While of course other agents of the Empire and the Association would also cause them enough problems, the unknown was both sought after and feared by Magi.
What's the matter, Flick? We're truth seekers who operate beyond the confines of the laws of humans. There's no reason to back down.
Upon hearing her words, Flick, a man a decade her senior, took a step back as if he was intimidated by her look, and none of the other apprentices protested, not because they agreed with Sophia, but because they were silenced by the imperious aura about her. Her unyielding determination was the very quality that had earned Sophia her place as Noctis's first apprentice. She was a zealot for the astral god, the manifestation of the universal truth, which meant that morals, laws, and the opinions of others, including her master, had absolutely no bearing on her actions. To Noctis, she was the most troublesome but also promising apprentice. She was a truly fitting member of Akashic Tower.
I know, but the incoming investigation party is full of high-level hunters, the perfect test stubs for our defense system. We could even stop the information from spreading further if we wipe them all out. What do you think, Master?
Noctis squinted in scrutiny. Sophia was treating the hunters the tower had been dreading as mere test subjects. There was no trepidation in her eyes. Defeat hadn't even crossed her mind. She even looked like she was enjoying the prospect of facing the hunters. And the look in her eyes pushed Noctis to make up his mind.
Very well. Pull out all the stops.
Now that the 1,000 Tricks was on the scent of their team, Noctis knew Akashic Tower wouldn't emerge from this unscathed. His only out would be to eliminate the entire investigation party. Only once the tower defeated the Empire's and the Association's agents would the Master of Magi's life's work come to fruition.
Take the lead, Sophia. Use any resource necessary, and bring me their heads on stakes.
You can count on me, Master. Thank you for this opportunity.
The other apprentices watched silently, stewing in fear and jealousy. Her entire body felt like it was on fire. As Tino awakened, every fiber in her body began throbbing with a dull ache. She groaned softly as she twisted in her soft bed. But that did nothing to ease her agony. She poked her head out from under her bedspread, and she found herself in her undecorated room in a building close to the clan house.
If you can't do it in training, you can't do it in real life, can you? Is what her mentor would always say.
Tino was subjected to literal torture every time she sparred against her mentor, who claimed to have been acclimating Tino to the boundless power that was only unlocked on the brink of death. Tino had survived quite a few of these realistic training sessions by this point, but there was no sign of them getting any easier. Her body screamed in pain under her expressionless facade as Tino managed to sit up in her bed, and she saw a girl with frumpy hair staring back grumpily from within the full-length mirror without any clothes on.
Perhaps Lizzie had carried the unconscious me from the near-death experience, stripped me of my dirt-stained clothes, hosed me down, and tossed me into my bed.
Previously, her mentor would have simply left Tino at the training grounds after these training sessions of theirs. But ever since Master Krai had had a word with her mentor about her subhuman treatment of her apprentice, she had made sure Tino had at least made it back to her room. Her mentor might not exactly be tucking her in caringly, but Tino much preferred that to being left out on display in front of her clanmates for hours on end. Tino saw no scars on her own porcelain skin, which looked almost too unblemished for someone who fought monsters for a living. This meant either her body had healed itself while she'd been out cold, she'd been dunked into a vat of potion, or her mentor, who definitely didn't know how to pull punches, had devised a new technique to damage the human body without leaving any marks. But in any case, Tino was thankful for the absence of scars. She knew that her pain and exhaustion would soon fade too. Tino had taken in enough mana material to allow for that. She wobbled her way to the bathroom where she stood under a cold shower to awaken her senses. As Tino enjoyed the sensation of icy water quelling her pain, she assessed her physical condition. A treasure hunter had to take good care of their body, especially when they had a mentor who subjected them to training with no regard for their safety.
Lizzie really knows what she's doing. There's not even a single bruise.
While her mentor had used no weapon, she hadn't hesitated to go after and kick Tino's joints. Brute strength wasn't a thief's forte, but still, each of her mentor's strikes had been heavy enough that Tino couldn't have blocked them without sustaining any damage. A single imperfect parry could have proven fatal to Tino. She was sure that a few of her bones had been broken last night, and it was a small wonder that she saw no evidence of internal bleeding now.
Though her memory of the training session was still hazy, probably because she drifted in and out of consciousness throughout the training session. She must have done well, though. She must have stared death in the face and still managed to parry her mentor's attacks. Or otherwise, she would have never woken up.
There were plenty of places in the capital where a hunter could train in combat, many of them heralded by renowned ex-hunters in their retirement. There were formal schools, too. In fact, most hunters level 3 or higher had received some kind of formal training. Tino wondered how many of them faced training as brutal as hers, spewing blood and eating dirt, and all the while withstanding what felt like genuine murderous intents from her mentor. It had been Tino's own decision to seek out Liz Smart's tutelage. Liz had refused at first, claiming she didn't have time for it, but Tino had secured the apprenticeship out of sheer good luck. Master had happened to be there when she'd pleaded her case with Liz, and he had convinced Liz to change her mind. Without Master, Tino wouldn't be a treasure hunter today. Tino had often been told that she was strong and that she'd trained hard and well for her age, but sometimes she'd also been envied by other hunters. But before she'd known it, she'd always expected to fight on the brink of death. But despite the nearly fatal and torturous methods, Tino had no intention of leaving her mentor. She often felt a powerful urge to give up, but she hadn't. Yet.
Am I living up to my mentor's expectations?
The thought gave her a chill, and she shakily turned off the shower. After getting dressed, Tino headed back to the clan house. Her rental room was a 10-minute walk from the clan house, and it was for that very reason she'd picked the place. With First Steps' clan house being much taller than its surrounding buildings, Tino could see its roof from her room if she poked her head out the window. According to her mentor, she could even see the insides of the clan master's office on the highest floor of the clan house, but Tino's eyesight had failed her in this regard. Tino considered herself less than a full-fledged hunter. While she'd earned the above-average level 4 and had seen her fair share of treasure vaults, she had yet to earn her mentor's approval. And that was the reason Tino stayed mostly in the capital and refused to form a proper party despite the association's recommendation to do so, She considered herself to be still in training. Tino's entire life revolved around her training. But since Liz was an active hunter on top of being her mentor, there was precious little time for Tino to receive proper training from her fickle and free-spirited Lizzie. It wasn't uncommon for her mentor to vanish without leaving so much as a message for Tino, and so Tino strove to spend as much time as possible in her mentor's proximity when she knew her mentor would be in town. Arriving at the clan house, Tino saw a rare sight. Several large carriages were parked in front of the building. The steel wagons resembled tanks in their plainness, suggesting that they weren't from any noble house. And strapped to the wagons were horses, stomping impatiently, bred specifically to traverse dangerous landscapes, teeming with monsters and phantoms. Watching the horses without thinking much of them, Tino walked into the lobby to find dozens of hunters congregating there. The hunters varied in class, get-up, and level. The only thing they had in common was that they all belonged to First Steps. Tino frowned at the crowd of hunters, armed as if they were readying for war.
Why so many of them? A big quest?
First Steps was one of the more populous clans in the capital, but it was rare for a large group of its members to gather like this. Tino, as an original member of the clan, was acquainted with just about every member.
What's going on?
Oh, Tino, haven't you heard? We've been summoned. It's a joint effort with the association, a government gig. We're going into White Wolf's den.
Noting the all-too-familiar vault name, she looked around the lobby again.
All of you are?
A gathering of this many members was unprecedented. The hunters composed quite an impressive lineup, with their head count amounting to about half of the entire registry of the clan. Considering that some members were working outside the capital, Tino wondered if most members in town had been summoned. Tino had heard of an investigation in the works. But this was not the scale of one. This looked more like they were planning to exterminate all monsters in the vault. The enemies in White Wolf's den were formidable, but the members of First Steps were elite hunters, with plenty of them being level 4 or higher. Hence, Tino couldn't imagine how much more trouble had been brewing in the vault to warrant this level of reaction, especially when the boss had already been taken care of. Although the boss could respawn once enough mana material had accumulated, it'd take a long time before such a powerful phantom would reappear.
Between you and me, I've heard that the CM wanted to send Ark.
What? What is he saying?
But the punchline never came.
What a joke, right? Sending one of our top hunters to look into a level 3 vault. But Ark isn't here, so we're taking his place.
Now Tino understood why the hunters seemed on edge. Ark Rodan was one of the best-known hunters of the capital. He must have been a man blessed by all the gods and preordained to become a hero. He was also a master of various magic and techniques. It had been said that his sword would tear the world asunder like 1,000 lightning bolts. As such, he'd garnered passionate support from both the higher-ups of the Empire and members of First Steps. He was also sort of a rival to Tino's mentor and her fellow grievers. Investigating a level 3 treasure vault was definitely below Ark. Sending him seemed like a disproportionate reaction. This move would be against the association's recommendation that hunters stick to vaults on par with their level. If high-level hunters looted all the low-level vaults and cleared their phantoms and relics, that would leave lower-level hunters without opportunities to improve. Additionally, higher-level hunters could even be unavailable in times of need had this been the case. But naturally, the calculating master had to be well aware of that. That meant whatever was happening in White Wolf's den was so dire that it required the likes of Ark Rodan. Tino, a mere mortal, couldn't imagine what that could possibly be. If she'd been among the hunters summoned for this job, she might have written her will, looking just as tense as they were.
Wait! If Lizzie sees me now, she could throw me into the mix! This is all of you?
Hey, give us some credit, is what I would say.
Ark Rodan was undeniably one of the strongest hunters out there. Mastering either the sword or magic to the caliber he had would have earned anyone a spot among the top-tier hunters. But not only was Ark a master of both, but he also used them seamlessly in battle. Even Tino's master, who considered herself among the strongest hunters in the world, couldn't deny Ark's prowess. If the other members of Ark's talent, they could have secured the title of the strongest party of their generation.
Can all these hunters really make up for Ark's absence?
With this many of us, we'll manage. I've heard parties from other clans are joining too.
The crowd stirred. A young man came sauntering down the staircase, and the crowd focused their eyes on him. The clairvoyant Thousand Tricks was descending the stairs. Alongside him was his vice clan master, coldly observing the congregated hunters. There, a hush came over the crowd as the members waited for their clan master to speak. Huh? What are you guys doing here? What's the big event?
For what we discussed yesterday.
Oh, that. But there's so many of them.
I know you requested Ark, but he is unavailable at the moment, so I called for them instead. By my calculation, they collectively make a comparable substitution.
Master stared at the crowd, wide-eyed. Many non-hunters didn't quite grasp how powerful hunters are, and because of that, every year, there'd be some non-hunters who'd set out for treasure vaults and never return. They thought if hunters could handle the vaults, they, being human too, could handle one as well. These were avoidable tragedies caused by ignorance. While Eva wasn't a hunter herself, everyone in the clan respected her as a manager of their organization who knew a lot about the members of First Steps, second only to Master himself. The fact that no one in the crowd refuted her claim showed that Eva's calculation was accurate. What? Oh. Right, there's many?
If something is not to your liking, please let me know.
The lobby fell pin-drop silent. Everyone in the clan knew how exceptionally powerful Ark was. The only ones who dared claim their superiority over him were the Grievers. Well, our hunters are pretty good. Perhaps just half of them will do.
What? Half? There's no way. This situation called for Ark, right? I'm not convinced even the sum of all of us could fill his shoes.
How did this happen? I wondered. I couldn't conceal my dismay as the crowd of hunters erupted in protest. Eva was staring at me like I was stupid or something, but I didn't think my comment was unwarranted, was it? Not to toot my own horn, but First Steps was one of the most robust clans in the capital. Our members were much stronger than average. There were two things I'd wanted to accomplish when I'd started this clan. One, to use my position as clan master as an excuse to stay away from the dangers of treasure vaults. And two, to make connections with other parties in order to socialize the Grievers. Having exceptional talent could be lonely at times. It kept most of the talentless at arm's length. While the other Grievers weren't all too lonely because they had each other, I felt like that only accentuated our lack of interaction with other parties. That was why I'd chosen parties to help based on age and skill when I'd been starting up the clan. I'd bet that the Grievers would accept them if they were close in age and could keep up with them in the field. I wanted to give the Grievers, mostly Luke and Liz, some social interaction, and eventually take in someone to replace my place in Grieving Souls so I wouldn't be holding them back. With faint expectations, I'd contacted all the famous parties in the capital at the time. First, there had been Obsidian Cross, whose members had conquered many high-level vaults with minimal casualty thanks to them all having healing abilities. Then, there had been Starlight, whose multiple powerful magi were unrivaled in their abilities to devastate large areas with magic. Next, there had been Knights of the Torch, whose members had attained high levels of abilities with their great discipline and rigor in training. And above all, there had been Ark Brave, whose members rivaled the Grievers and whose leader was the undisputed hero Ark Rodan. By the way, although it had been the other Grievers who'd handled the negotiations, the process had gone surprisingly well. To this day, I still hadn't accomplished my original goals entirely, but I'd made decent progress. I was away from the front lines, and the Grievers were better off than they would have been had I not set up the clan, I'd like to think. With all that in mind, the members of such a clan were of course very talented, and it looked like they'd provided a healthy sense of competition for each other. Even as I stopped being so picky about clan members as time went on, First Steps had still maintained its reputation as an elite clan on the rise. Everyone in the lobby now was definitely above average. Ark was on another level, sure, but I only liked assigning him these things because he was the safe bet, and I felt the least nervous asking him for favors. It wasn't like I thought no one else could do this job. If our hunters here only thought about it for a moment, they'd realize that a situation where I had to have Ark would be a terrifying disaster. I couldn't even imagine what kind of pickle we'd be in then. I gave Eva a look. She doesn't have to go this extreme. When I'd told Gark that I'd do anything to help him, I'd been mostly just being polite. How'd she gotten this many people on such short notice? Of course, I already knew how amazing Eva was, but there was one burning concern in my mind. How much would sending all these hunters cost? Hunters had to be paid after all. I did pledge my full support to Gark, but my wallet was also nearly empty.
Quiet, please. Krai has something to say.
All of them hushed immediately and looked at me again. I cleared my throat in an attempt to diffuse the stinging looks and the silence. Wow, who's this Krai? Who has something to say? I mean, I can say something. Calm down, calm down. Think about it for a second. The treasure vault you're going to use to be level 3-. Don't sweat it so much.
Lies?
Hunters who were far stronger than me were looking at me with horror in their eyes. I'm not lying. I've never lied in my life. Branch Manager Gark is getting other parties on the team too. It won't be all on our shoulders. White Wolf's Den is indeed more dangerous than normal, so I understand where this anxiety's coming from, but please. Hunters weren't supposed to trample through treasure vaults with overwhelming force. We're supposed to be adventurers. Zero trust. Even Tino was looking at me like I was a liar. Despite my very logically sound reassurance, the crowd didn't look reassured at all. Well, I've just sent her to White Wolf's Den before I knew about all of this. But I still think I'm correct here. I looked around the room again, but the hunters were all avoiding my eyes. I'd been away from the front lines for a while. Maybe I was overly optimistic. The way they were vehemently rejecting my input made me start to feel so. And I never had much confidence in myself anyway. What do you think?
With a situation as dire as this, I think we should leave some wiggle room.
It sounded like Eva agreed with the other members. I gave one more look at the group and saw that, although they were large in number, our top-tier hunters weren't among them. Ark, of course, wasn't there, but I also couldn't find any Obsidian Cross or Starlight members either. This wasn't unusual considering how busy our top talents were. Still, I couldn't help but think that this was overkill. If all of them went down to White Wolf's Den in full force, the place would be annihilated. What if we took out a few parties? Even if we could afford to pay them, if we let all First Steps hunters go at once, there'd be no one left at the clan house to do things for me. Not that I could admit to how pathetic I was.
CM, we're not asking for more hunters. What's the problem with sending the ones here?
Well...
And we may be clanmates, but we're not in your party. We're not obligated to follow your orders. If there's a legitimate reason you can't send all of us, tell us.
Well, you have a point. Some hunters behind him were also nodding in agreement. What are they so scared of that? They adamantly refused to take a few parties out. So I considered the matter again. While I'd pledged our support to Gark, out of politeness, I hadn't offered to do it for free. But as a clan that emphasized individual freedom, the decision to accept or deny a particular quest was usually left up to each hunter and party. As clan master, I should clear this up. Are they going to cover the pay for everyone here, Eva? They don't have an unlimited budget, do they? I don't think they could afford all of them. This quest came from the government, and they predetermined budgets according to the expected difficulties of quests. While what was going on in White Wolf's Den was highly unusual, I didn't think it warranted a budget that could pay for half of our clan.
They've no problem paying. Gark pulled an extra budget. I've double-checked with him, and it's an appropriate rate.
Really? How did he pull that off? The Empire wasn't stingy by any means, but Gark would have had to present some kind of evidence to demand an increase to the proposed budget. I wonder if the first investigation party brought something back. Gark didn't seem like he had any new information when I last spoke to him, but it was possible that he had gained new intel while I was out in the town with Liz. If that new intel was something foreboding, I could understand why my elite clan members were so nervous about downsizing their massive party. That seemed more likely the more I thought about it. I felt like I'd just solved the last piece of the puzzle. Secretly, I was relieved. Good thing my clan members didn't take my word for anything. I was about to make the same mistake I'd made when I sent Tino's party. Not that I would have done anything about it, but I would have liked to be informed of this new development, though. And I did delegate this whole thing to Eva anyway. I looked at Eva, and she gave me a quick nod.
He used the information you gave him.
What in the world is she talking about? Lost for words, I returned what must have looked like a knowing nod. Could ever have been talking to someone else in the room? Someone with that kind of useful information? When did I mention anything like that? I tried to recall everything I'd told Gark, which was, to paraphrase, I don't know anything, but I will help. I mentioned to Eva I would have sent Ark if he was around, but that was it. I couldn't figure out how he could have used my words in his negotiation with the Empire when I hadn't even mentioned anything specific to what was going on in the vault. I shouldn't have agreed to help. I didn't have to. I could have just said I was busy doing something else or something. It was too late now, though. I was going to barf. Is it going to be my fault if nothing comes of this White Wolf's Den fiasco? I put my hand on my forehead and spiraled into self-hatred. Why do I have to talk? Ever? This is what happens when I say things without thinking. On the other hand, the officer at the association should take most of the blame for misconstruing my words. But regardless, I had to decide on my next move. Now that Gark had pulled extra money from the Empire to deal with this, I doubted that even my one and only talent, my expert kowtowing skills, could get me out of this one. Presently, all eyes in the lobby were piercing me like daggers with their grim looks. I was out of excuses to downsize the party, and besides, now that the funding had been secured, Gark would just hire parties from other clans to make up for any downsizing I'd do from our side. It looked like I was out of options. I stood there grunting for a while until I decided to give up. Whatever.
What?
At the end of the day, I didn't say anything to blow this out of proportion. I'd only told Gark that I would help him. It was he who'd gone ahead and got the extra funding, so Gark could handle it all if he got any heat from the Empire. And if any heat ever came in my direction, I'd expertly play dumb about it. That was my other one and only talent.
What? Are you sure we can all go, CM?
If that's what you want to do, who am I to stop you? Who cares? Go nuts. The crowd was still looking at me weirdly somehow now that I'd decided to not care about it at all. But don't come grumbling to me when the quest turns out to be a walk in the park. I tried to downsize the team, but you lot won't let me.
What a load of crap. If you idiots want to flock together so badly, quit hunting.
A voice that I really didn't want to hear at this moment came from behind me. The group of hunters tensed up. There were no footsteps, but I soon felt a soft embrace on my back and a pair of slender arms around my waist. Liz, you shouldn't say things like you're mocking them. Having just been on a date with me, Liz sounded more cheerful than usual. I couldn't see her, but I was sure she had a grin on her face. Meanwhile, Tino inconspicuously hid behind a tall hunter standing beside her.
Like I am mocking them, I don't even feel like getting mad. How can I? You do have impossibly high expectations, crybaby. But how can you call yourself a hunter if you're too chicken to face death? I'd never say no to you.
Wait a minute, impossibly high. Really? I couldn't believe my ears. Liz, while a hopeful meathead, was a top-notch hunter. If even she thought my expectations were high, it meant that I was completely misjudging the situation. They're not high. And Liz held me a little tighter.
That's because you're powerful, stifled shadow.
No wonder Crybaby's giving up on you. This is why you're never getting any stronger. Do you really want to take the easy way out that badly?
When did I give up on them exactly? I was pretty satisfied with how First Steps was. I'd been wondering what they'd been so afraid of. But now that Liz said I had high expectations, their reaction made sense. Being careful was a good thing. I quit treasure hunting exactly because I didn't want to die.
Oh, well, whatever. I don't care about you. Actually, I'm glad you don't want to take it. T and I will be taking this quest, Crybaby. You don't mind, do you? I thought the phantoms in White Wolf's den and all their weapons were perfect for her training. I don't need anyone else.
The elite hunters in the lobby, understandably, expressed their confusion at Liz's claim. And on the other hand, Tino let out a pathetic cry. She'd had some major bad luck lately.
But the quest that you needed Arc for will be dangerous for T, so I wanna... You know, Auntie isn't here and we don't have a healer. I can't fix T if she loses a limb or organ. You have one on you, don't you, Crybaby? A high elixir? Pretty please?
She wants Tino to keep fighting even if Tino loses a limb. Tino was quivering like a beaten puppy. No.
What? Why not?
Because you can't play nice with others. Not a chance I was letting her go when there were already other hunters at White Wolf's den. Brute strength wasn't the only consideration here as much as I'd like to socialize Liz. She'd just gotten to the point where she'd almost kill any hunter she got into a fight with. She'd be a bigger threat than all the phantoms in the vault combined. Besides, I was starting to feel bad for Tino. Our situation has changed. I take back my words on cutting people from this party. I want everyone here, just as Eva has chosen, to go to White Wolf's den. I know the vault isn't that high-leveled, but don't let your guard down until the job's done. Now that I flip-flopped on my opinion, they were sharing looks with each other like they were trying to make out what I'd said. And for some reason, there were a few of them chattering their teeth. I'll have to have Liz tell me later which part about this quest made it seem like I have impossibly high expectations.
Krai, if you don't mind, can you take charge of this quest?
Huh? Uh-huh? Time stood still a moment before it returned to normal as the hunters began talking again. Staring at me was Liz, bewildered. No, 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 no. It doesn't have to come to that.
But the only one who could compare to Ark, especially level-wise, is you. It'll also be an effective gesture to the association.
I broke out in a cold sweat at Eva's words, which I couldn't tell if they were meant to mess with me or not. I'm weak, remember. And it wasn't like I had any leadership skills to make up for that either. I'd only gained my position being carried on the backs of my friends, and I was fully aware of how useless I was. I couldn't judge the skill sets of others, and I still struggled to match names to some of these faces in the room. Even Liz would be a better leader than me, especially since I'd been away from exploring treasure vaults properly for so long. Besides, who'd want to follow my lead anyway when I haven't produced any tangible results in the past 5 years?
I see. Good thinking, VCM. You do know this clan like the back of your hand. If our level 8 centimeters has our back, there's nothing to worry about. Phantoms are specks of dust before you, Master. I'll go if you go.
Everyone seemed confident about this quest all of a sudden. How could they be so reckless as to trust me with their lives? Eva was giving me her icy look again. I guess she was telling me to do my job for once. This was cruel and inhumane, though. I was going to barf. I didn't expect the quest itself to be too difficult, but being responsible for the lives of these hunters was another matter altogether. Another reason for my stepping away from treasure vaults was that I didn't want to kill any of my friends because of my ineptitude. I'm sure there's someone who'd be a better match than me. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Someone read my mind.
Obsidian Cross is already there, but they specialize in hunting. They may be an effective party, but their leadership doesn't compare to yours.
So Eva can't read my mind after all. Wait a minute. That's right. I got it.
Is something the matter?
She'd reminded me that I'd sent Obsidian Cross to Gark, and as I'd hoped for, Gark must have tasked them with the initial investigation. They were certainly one of the top 5 parties in First Steps. They could hold their own in combat. Their leader, Sven, was like a trusty older brother and was well liked in the clan too. He'd be a perfect choice to lead the hunters gathered here. Eva suggested that I'd be a better leader than Sven, but that was complete nonsense. This bit of good news lightened the weight on my shoulders. With Obsidian Cross already on the scene, the quest was as good as over. How much money did the association fork over anyway? All right, I think I'll tag along.
What? Cry baby, are you serious?
She knew me well enough to think that my voluntarily going into danger was not a normal occurrence. But there's something urgent I need to attend to first, so I'll catch up to you later. In the meantime, I'm putting Obsidian Cross in charge. Behold my magnificent deflection of responsibility. I'll come check on you lot once the investigation is over. Good luck, everybody.
Cry baby, is this investigation that difficult?
As we watched the other First Steps hunters pour out of the clan house lobby. Usually, hunters' expressions were alight with anticipation and thrill as they embarked on quests, but these hunters looked like they were marching towards the gallows. I didn't recall saying that this quest would be difficult, though. It certainly wouldn't be a walk in the park, but we'd taken the precaution to send in that many hunters anyway. What made them so sure that there'll be terrible challenges ahead?
You haven't led a party in years. Even if you're just catching up later, you're still going with them when you barely tag along with our hunts.
I hadn't stepped away from leading parties for my own benefit, but for the safety of everyone involved. Even back when the other grievers dragged me from vault to vault, I'd rarely given any directions simply because I had the unfortunate propensity to crack under pressure. The most influence I dared pose on my team at the time was answering their yes-no questions from time to time, but even that had led to disastrous outcomes more than once. Grieving souls had prospered not because of my leadership, but in spite of it. And upon coming to terms with my uselessness the hard way, I'd retired from making decisions for the team. Liz should have known this better than anyone. It was all the more perplexing then that she was looking at me in this way. I have my reasons.
What are they? Why can't I come? Why not? You wouldn't want to bring Ark if it wasn't something good. Please, cry baby.
Liz's pink eyes glittered with anticipation for a life-threatening challenge. Her tendency for senseless violence didn't extend to Ark, out of her respect for his abilities. Apparently, even a stifled shadow couldn't make easy prey of the multi-talented magic swordsman, Ark Rodan. She's hopeless. Her brain is fried. It's just that you don't play well with others.
What? Don't worry. Everyone else will go along with whatever I do.
Exactly what I just said. Meanwhile, Tino apprehensively watched her mentor. And so, I decided to pinch Liz by her cheeks. She looked at me and blinked. You just came back from your last hunt, Liz. You should get some rest. Just staying at home will make everyone happy. It'll make me happy.
Liz beamed at me, and I couldn't help but wish that she always looked this nonviolent.
You're such a gentleman, crybaby. But we're fine though, aren't we, T?
Why? Yes, we're great, Lizzie. Master.
See?
Liz and I had known each other for a long time, pretty much our entire lives, so I could often tell what she was up to just by looking at her. That mischievous look in her eyes could only mean that she was going to sneak off to the vault, and I couldn't let that happen. It wasn't that I thought the high elixir would be wasted on her endeavor, but I just had this vivid vision of her trampling through the treasure vault like she owned the place, shoving all the carefully exploring parties to the side. Calm down, Liz. You'll have another job to do. I'd have her tag along as my bodyguard when I eventually decided to join the parties.
Oh, really? Okay then.
This should stop her from leaving the capital without me knowing. Over the years of knowing the Grievers, I'd picked up a trick or two. I suspected the fact that I knew how to tame the most troublesome hunters in the clan was a contributing factor to why they still kept me as clan master over the universally well-regarded Ark.
You want me to send just T then? Those phantoms with all sorts of weapons would be perfect for this training I'm cooking up for her.
Pump the brakes! The other First Steps hunters should keep Tino from being beaten up as badly as she'd been last time, but it just seemed like she and White Wolf's den weren't a good fit. Her fluky encounter with the freakish phantom demonstrated that. As a solo hunter, Tino wasn't well suited for wide-range search quests like this. She didn't have specialized knowledge for the job, and the phantoms in that vault seemed a bit over-leveled for her. Liz, I thought, this must be a foreign concept to you, but you're supposed to leave a healthy margin for error when you go to treasure vaults. After what happened last time, sending Tino back to White Wolf's den would make me a terrible master. And I wanted to be a cool master, especially to a girl like Tino. No. End of discussion. I let go of her shoulder and looked up to find Lyle, a stocky young hunter approaching me. He wasn't an OG member of the clan, but he was pretty close to being one. He was a little taller than me and wore a set of steel armor that shone in a myriad of dull battle scars. This level 5 hunter and I were close in age, so I got along with him more than most members. Nah, but...
Krai, do you really think we'll make it?
I could see a flock of hunters at some distance away, sheepishly watching us. Apparently, Lyle had drawn the short straw. But why was he asking me this? I knew so little about this quest, maybe even less than him and the others recruited to take part in the quest. That being said, I was their clan master, and I was going to act like it. This may be a difficult quest, but I'm sure you lot will complete it no matter what. I thought this would lead up to some sort of cheer or applause, but I was met with silence only. Lyle and the rest of the hunters all looked like they weren't sure what to say. Huh, that's odd.
Well, could you as clan master and level 8 hunter give us a few pointers?
Pointers? That was quite the conundrum. Pointers from me? When I've no clue how this quest is going to go, I wouldn't waste my breath giving them pointers about exploring treasure vaults. Watch out for phantoms. Get along with each other. Thieves should lead and find booby traps. Try not to explore alone. What good would that do? I grunted for a while with a pinched brow as I thought. Something else then. I know. I don't know if you'll come across it, but be careful if you see a slime-looking thing. I can't give you real pointers anyway. Where did that Sitri slime go? Lyle looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Rude.
Slime! There are no slimes in White Wolf's den.
Treasure vaults were normally occupied with phantoms that were specific to the location. Even if external monsters were to wander into a vault, they were often killed by native phantoms before long, and so it was actually pretty rare to find other monsters deep within a vault. I couldn't blame him for reacting like that when I mentioned the most pathetic monster of them all. Like I said, I don't know if you'll come across it.
Not that I'm doubting you, but let me ask you this. What made you say slime of all things?
I just smiled at him without a word. The group of hunters behind him began discussing how to counter slimes. That was a concerning level of gullibility. If you do, it won't be a normal slime. So be careful.
It won't be a normal... What do you mean?
As if I know? Since it has the word slime in its name, I assumed it'd have similar weaknesses as other slimes did. But Sitri could be really thorough about these things. Lyle and the hunters went into a tizzy as they tried to make heads or tails of my remark. Smiling at them all the while, I was silently kowtowing for their forgiveness in my mind.
Are you really going, sir?
Gark Welter snorted in response. His attire was unusual for conducting business at the Zebrudia branch of Explorers Association. Instead of his usual outfit, he wore a set of deep red armor that provided protection without hindering his movements, accompanied by a horned helmet. The armor and helmet were covered all over with countless marks testaments to the many battles Gark had survived. Along with a tool belt that allowed him quick access to his items, he also carried a large machete that had much more utility than just cutting down enemies. And out of his outfit, the most notable piece was the halberd in his right hand that was as tall as himself. The bluish-black weapon was a bizarre iteration of a halberd with a blade much larger than its point, as if it was designed to swipe rather than to stab. All of these were pieces of equipment Gark had used and kept from his treasure hunting days. Long ago, before the Endurers, beings who claimed to have experienced the entirety of history even existed, there had been a group of people devoted to smithing and battling. They'd mastered the art of blacksmithing and had developed the unique ability to infuse metals with magical power to create brand new metals. Since they'd also been experienced warriors who revered the art of war, these people created numerous weaponry with their craft and used them to protect their prosperity. Eons had passed, and now there was hardly any trace left of that civilization. Their technique of forging the unique metals had been lost to time. Many, a magus and blacksmith, had tried to revive the art to no avail. The products of their marvelous technique, however, had not been lost. In fact, most weapon relics found in treasure vaults were assumed to be recreations of items from that era of advanced magical weaponry. A great sword that controlled fire, a sword that was forever light and unbreakable, a lance that split the air itself and struck several meters beyond its tip. These were all examples of relics that could tear through monsters and phantoms with bodies more durable than ordinary metal. Since mastering a relic required a long time, hunters rarely carried with them a large number of relics. To compensate for that, most hunters chose weapons from this era of advanced magical weaponry as trusty arms they could trust their life on. Gark's halberd was no exception. It was constantly clad in frigid air, and it froze the blood of those it slashed. Gark had used his trusty weapon Hale's Tusk to climb his way up to level 7. Despite the numerous offers which had come in when he retired to take it off of his hands, Gark could never let go of his weapon. He held the weapon in his hand for the first time in a long while, and the halberd responded with a cold sensation in his palm that reminded Gark of old times. Kana saw great exhilaration in his menacing expression.
Sir, you're not a hunter anymore. You remember that, don't you?
I know. I won't go overboard.
This quest should be smooth sailing since First Steps is fully supporting it. With Obsidian Cross already on the scene, I hardly see the necessity for you to go.
Gark clicked his tongue and shifted his weight. With that, the tip of his halberd scratched the ceiling and frosted the mark it left behind. Even with over 100 kilograms of metal on him in the form of weapon and armor, Gark moved with the same dexterity as he always had.
I'm not letting Liz get away with this. I may not be at my peak, but I got experience on my side. No hunter's gonna treat me like that.
So childish.
As Gark looked the other way, given Gark's moniker War Demon, there were very few people in the entire Empire who underestimated the former level 7 hunter's abilities. Liz had really gotten to him.
This job smells fishy. He needs ARC. This isn't your run-of-the-mill gig. I'd better be there when things go down. And this helps to make a show to the Empire too, after wrenching that budget increase out of them.
Gark had commissioned double the number of hunters the Empire had expected to send. He'd managed to secure the additional funds in part not only because of Krai's status, but also because Gark was well known among the higher-ups of the Empire. The Vault Investigation Bureau, the Empire's institution in charge of managing treasure vaults, was also watching this quest with a skeptical eye, so Gark concluded that he'd better reassure the government by going to the front line himself. Hand on her forehead, Kaina slowly exhaled. I can't stop him. There's no way, she thought. Once a hunter, always a hunter.
I'll leave your paperwork on your desk, so expect to work late nights once you return.
You won't hurt my feelings if you took care of them for me.
No, thank you.
Kaina's swift rejection left Gark letting out a forlorn sigh. The space seemed too spacious and bright to be underground. Yet, its dirt ceiling and walls were compacted so neatly that the space looked almost like an ordinary above-ground room. Papers were strewn all over the rows of desks. Folders filled the bookshelves along the wall to the brim, and a stinging smell permeated the cold air. Contained on shelves were labeled vials of medicines lined up one after one. Also in the room was a round table covered nearly entirely with piles of a report written in a strange language quite distinct from the Empire's official language. Presently, magi, each in a different robe, congregated in the room. Their expressions were alight with excitement, animosity, and a hint of fear in anticipation of the battle to come. The Master of Magi stood in the center of them and said,
The association spared no expense, it seems.
Noctis assumed that White Wolf's Den, his former research grounds, was being ransacked by a flood of hunters. His assumption had been based on the fact that the number of hunters assigned to investigate the unusual occurrences in the treasure vault, as Noctis had learned from an informant within the government, far surpassed what he'd expected. While it wasn't unusual for high-level hunters to take on investigations of disturbances in treasure vaults, there were far too many of them for a mere investigation like this. Considering that most of those hunters were members of First Steps, it was clear who'd orchestrated the raid.
1,000 tricks. A mere hunter dares take on Akashic Tower head-on.
After everything the Level 8 hunter had done to interfere with their operation, Noctis certainly hadn't expected the 1,000 tricks to simply walk away. But this response of his was an insult to the Magic Syndicate. Instead of a surprise attack or raid on the tower's branch in the capital, he simply threw more hunters into White Wolf's den. Generally speaking, Magi grew stronger the more they could prepare for a fight. It was critical, if one wanted to take out a group of Magi, to strike before they had a chance to gear up for the fight. The 1,000 tricks completely ignored this idea. He'd gone through the trouble of warning the Syndicate of having discovered their base of operations. Now that he was sending a team to push through the treasure vault head-on, it seemed like he paid the tower no mind at all. So prideful of him, but could he afford to be? This lack of regard for the most dangerous magic syndicate in the world was enough to enrage the Magus. Noctis couldn't guess the 1,000 tricks' intentions, but his mind was already made up. Preparations had already been made, and Sophia had returned in time. If the 1,000 tricks was going to stand in the way of their search for the ultimate truth, they would annihilate him.
Master, while Ark Roden is fortunately away from the capital, their team still has plenty of high-level hunters, not to mention the Grieving Souls. They may prove to be formidable.
The defense system Noctis and his team had set up was powerful enough to overtake a team of average hunters. And on top of that, the Magi researchers could cast highly destructive spells that were boosted by the mana material the researchers absorbed during their time under the treasure vault. But still, the prospect of facing Grieving Souls, a treasure hunter party infamous for risking their lives to conquer higher and higher level vaults, left the Magi with a dash of fear.
They won't be an issue. That party is currently away from the capital, save for 2 No-3 members. There's the 1,000 Tricks who always watches the world from the capital. Then there's Liz Smart, the Steffled Shadow, who has made a sudden return. And lastly, there's Sitri Smart, the dreadful alchemist who has followed.
Fixed on the strange instrument in the center of the room, her crimson eyes were ablaze. The machine was the culmination of Noctis's research. Despite his exile from the Empire and the world of academia, he still had managed to nearly complete this device that interfered with the flow of mana material. This unbelievable piece of technology had restructured the ecosystem of White Wolf's Den. Noctis considered compared to this breakthrough the previous research he conducted as the Master of Magi mere child's play. Experimental research on mana material, one of the core elements of the world, was taboo in every nation. The powerful force was treated with reverence, and its inner workings were considered sacred. Knowledge of the fundamental truth behind such a thing was reserved for gods alone. Since the days of yore, prophecies had always warned that studying mana material to this extent could cause world-ending devastations. Now that Noctis had finally reached the first guidepost to the ultimate truth he sought, he wouldn't stand to lose any more time.
You know much about Grieving Souls? So half of them are away from the capital? How did you figure that out?
I don't bury my head in research. I've my own set of eyes independent of Akashic Tower.
Their spy in the capital made a face at her words, but Sophia didn't flinch. Her confidence had convinced the Magi of her claim. The first apprentice who was talented in everything but spellcasting, and who never hesitated to complete her research by any means necessary, could very plausibly have her own spy.
Are you confident you'll crush them?
Our defense system is designed to defeat the likes of Grieving Souls, the best treasure hunters in the capital.
It better after all the money we put into that thing.
While Akashic Tower was one of the most powerful magic syndicates, their funds were not limitless. The question of how much funding to invest in this defense system had been a contentious topic that, once again, had divided Sophia from the other apprentices.
The stifled shadow is a thief. She is incredibly fast, but not too offensive. She's easily countered if we prepare against physical attacks. And while the 1,000 Tricks has an unfathomable myriad of tricks up his sleeve, he's only the brains behind the operation. He won't be a true threat without the full team to bring his leadership to fruition. While many First Steps members are capable hunters, they aren't good enough for the leadership of the 1,000 Tricks.
A silver lining it is. Then we must practice caution against Sitri.
For the first time since the meeting commenced, Sophia's expression clouded. Every experienced magus in the capital was aware of Sitri Smart, the alchemist who had formerly gone by the moniker the Prodigy. She'd been demoted for a crime she didn't commit. While Noctis had never met her face to face, he'd heard tales of her talent. He'd always felt some sympathy for the alchemist. Perhaps, if she hadn't been a hunter, he would have recruited her for the tower, and they would have conducted research together. Sophia's hesitation raised the tension in the room, but that only lasted for a moment.
She won't be a problem. Sitri may be talented, but she operates on a different mindset than ours. Mana material has strengthened her physically, but that's all. Flick, do you think an alchemist bound by the laws of the Empire can break through a defense system I've constructed with no such constraints in mind?
Flick bit his lip in anger. As a powerful magus and pursuer of knowledge, he knew full well that no matter how much he outperformed Sophia in pure spellcasting, he couldn't hold a candle to her abilities when it came to research. Despite the protest of his prideful heart, his scientific mind admitted it. Noctis's research was more in the field of alchemy, and Sophia possessed extraordinary talent in that area.
Then why the sour look, Sophia?
Master, just like the 1,000 Tricks, Sitri is catching on to our existence and research. She has been searching for your research, starting with the thesis you left in the Empire.
Now, Noctis's expression changed. Noctis had first dreamed of controlling mana material, back when he had been an official member of an academic institution in the capital. He had been young, and had made the mistake of expressing his taboo aspirations. That had led to his expulsion from the capital, but he had left his thesis, the starting point of his life's work, in the possession of said academic institution. It wasn't a stretch to think a copy of it was kept somewhere. Sophia, in contrast to her usual demeanor as the calculating researcher, was ablaze with emotion, inspiring fear that replaced envy in the other apprentices.
She's a nemesis of mine in research. I must destroy her at all costs. Master, allow me to utilize all the resources we've created to get rid of the intruders.
Very well. You shall have full reign, Sophia, my most skilled apprentice. Flick, everyone, I command you to follow Sophia's lead. Consider her words mine henceforth.
Yes, Master. All in pursuit of your glorious mission.
An irrepressible glee lit her expression. More hunters were currently congregated in the perpetually unpopular White Wolf's den than there ever had been. And among them was the party Obsidian Cross, one of the founding parties of First Steps. There were 6 members in the Crosses, all averaging over level 5 despite them being in their mid-20s. Rightfully, they were considered one of the parties in the capital with a better prospect than most. In particular, their leader Svenanger the Stormstrike was among the best archers in the city. But since magic was the go-to method for hunters when attacking over long ranges, archers like Sven were a rare breed. While every arrow they fired could be devastating, they were limited by the number of arrows in their quiver, and their lack of versatility like Magi had. All in all, they were considered to be at a disadvantage when exploring treasure vaults. And yet, Sven had chosen the bow but still had earned himself a moniker with it. This was also an indication that Obsidian Cross emphasized hunting monsters over delving into vaults, which was a rarity for hunting parties. Now Sven was leading the rest of his party, all of whom were armed in full sets of metallic black armor. Among them were 2 swordsmen, who utilized their swords and shields to launch a variety of attacks. Alongside them were 2 magi, one specializing in defensive magic and another in magic attacks covering large areas. And at the rear of the group walked their newest member Henrik the Cleric, their healing expert. Despite the gloominess in the corridor, they showed no trepidation. Dark, damp caves, the electrifying tension of battlefields, and even the expectation of charging into powerful enemy territories were nothing new to Obsidian Cross. Sven came to a sudden stop and readied his black-as-night longbow, A weapon, undecorated, bare, and brutal. Following their leader, his party members stopped their march behind him. In one fluid motion, Sven drew a long arrow from his quiver and knocked it on his bow. The bowstring creaked as Sven pulled it, and the bow curved. Just as a head poked around the corner ahead of Sven, he loosed. The arrow tore through the air like a cannonball and blew the Crimson Wolf Knight's head clean off before burying deep into the cavern wall. The headless phantom twitched slightly before dissipating into thin air. The perfect shot didn't allow the Wolf Knight so much as a howl or a whimper. Sven retrieved the arrow from the wall, and he resumed walking through the corridor. Obsidian Cross had encountered a considerable number of phantoms in the vault, but regardless of the color of their fur, any Wolf Knight that had come into their path had had their skull obliterated by Sven's arrow before they could make a sound. While Obsidian Cross preferred monster hunting to treasure vault exploring, they were perfectly capable of taking on vaults. This was especially true when the vault in question was White Wolf's Den, where dangerous gimmicks and the risk of being surrounded by swarms of phantoms didn't exist. And so the party members looked rather relaxed, save for Henrik.
Sure, the vault is leveled up, but there's nothing too out of the ordinary here.
The first group of hunters couldn't find anything either.
Surely White Wolf's Den had undergone some changes, but they hadn't discovered the cause. Nothing in the vault so far had been alarming. Obsidian Cross was much more specialized in combat than investigation, and so its members suspected that the association had expected too much of them. If the situation was so dire that a meticulous investigation was required, they should have sent parties with the appropriate skill sets for that.
Do you think this really required us, Sven?
Well, when someone like that asks you to...
This quest had been requested of them when the Crosses had stopped by the association to deliver Krai's message. They had had no obligation to take it, but they also had had no reason to turn down a favor from the branch manager himself. Henrik was unsatisfied that his party had been practically sent on an errand just to get roped into a quest.
There can be much to learn from diving into a treasure vault. Besides, I said you could have stayed behind.
I couldn't forsake our party like that.
The swordsman who'd been silently marching behind slapped the rookie on his back, putting the boy into a coughing fit. That drew some laughter from the party.
But it feels like we're cleaning up the CM's mess.
His mess? Well, Henrik, you'll get it someday.
Their exploration carried on without difficulty. After all, even with the recent spike in level, these Wolf Knights were still 2 levels below the Phantom's Obsidian Cross usually contended with. Sven's only cause for wariness would have been the boss that had defeated a level 5 hunter, but it apparently hadn't respawned yet after being eliminated by the Stifled Shadow. His party was working smoothly, and they'd even been able to reserve their most powerful splash damage fighter, Marietta. Neither had there been any alarms from the other parties investigating the other parts of the vault. It's too easy, thought Sven. The complete lack of danger seemed terribly ominous to him. The Crosses were carrying on through the corridor, halfway to the boss room, when the satchel on Sven's belt vibrated. He quickly produced a black rock from within it. First Steps' highly organized structure among its members, both its hunters and its many non-hunter employees, was unique among the larger clans in the capital. This was a rarity for an organization of hunters, who by nature detested rules. Most other clans were simply congregations of a few parties with minimal guiding structure. The black rock Sven had produced was a sounding stone. These unique relics were found in pairs. Any words spoken into one would be replayed by the other one of the pair. Like any other relic, they required practice to be used effectively. But while they could be tricky to use, they were incredibly useful communication devices. And so, Sven had left one of their stones at the clan headquarters so they could be contacted immediately in emergencies. Sounding stones cost a small fortune, and, worse, the constantly high demand for them meant that none stayed long on store shelves. At the consensus of his party, Sven had purchased a pair, and it was only through making several connections to the right people had he been able to get his hands on one set. As he stood with the stone to his ear, Sven felt his expression darken by the second. Only a few words had come through to him.
Got it, thanks for the heads up.
He stowed the powered-down stone before turning to his party members, who had been silently watching for phantoms.
We're going above ground. Our situation has changed. Krai's sending more Steps hunters. Also watch out for slimes. We gotta relay the message to other parties too. Now blow the whistle for retreat.
What? What?
Ignoring the befuddled Henrik, one of the swordsmen blew the whistle, sounding an alarm throughout the cavern.
Give me a break, Crosses.
said a brown-haired hunter glowering at Sven. He belonged to another party tasked with investigating White Wolf's den. Sven recalled the introductions they had exchanged before entering the vault. He was Geen, a level 5 swordsman with a nasty mouth and attitude. Still, having been recruited to this quest meant he could at least handle himself in a vault. A tense atmosphere hung over the hunters just outside White Wolf's den, despite the fact that the hunters had already taken out the phantoms on watch. These were all the parties within that had escaped the vault as soon as they'd heard the whistle. Treasure hunters were in constant competition with each other. But while treasure vaults practically never ran out of resources, they only produced so much loot at any given time. As a result, it was common for hunter parties to clash when they ran into each other in vaults. There was no law enforcement beyond the city limits. Some parties even made a living primarily by robbing other treasure hunters. And so, reasonably, parties wanted to conceal their strategies from others to avoid being at a disadvantage in case of conflict. Customarily, when several parties participated in a single quest, they operated independently. However, in this kind of official governmental investigation quests filled with unknown elements, at least some level of coordination was necessary. Hence, the whistle signal had been agreed upon by the parties in this investigation. Each party would handle their business alone until they encountered something they couldn't. Nearly 20 hunters now stood by the entrance to the cave, having heard Sven's whistle. Geen was the only one to be explicitly pointing a finger at Sven, but the others seemed to share his sentiment.
Let me get this straight. So, even though you haven't seen any emergency, you've blown the whistle based on what? One stone call.
That's right.
Sven was unaffected by the mix of looks from the fully armed hunters. Looks of animosity, curiosity, derision, and approval. The hunters broke into murmurs at Sven's confidence. Even Geen frowned at this reaction. Obsidian Cross was famous for their careful strategies and for their composition, where every member had healing abilities. At times, these were mistaken for cowardice by other hunters, but their results didn't lie. Moreover, the fact that the crosses had earned such a high level without losing any of their members along the way commanded respect. That being said, the other hunters didn't approve of the crosses, causing such an unnecessary stir to this joint quest in which parties of all levels and affiliations were involved.
Anyone saw anything? What about that boss we've been told of?
Not really. We haven't. Bumped into a few phantoms, but we took care of them. Not a problem. I heard the stifled shadow killed the boss. Doubt we'll see it for a while.
Answered each party's leader briefly. White Wolf's Den was a medium-sized treasure vault. While its winding corridors created a complicated layout, it shouldn't take long for this many veteran hunters to sweep through the whole place, even if they moved warily. Considering that the only potential threat, the boss, had already been eliminated, this quest wasn't quite difficult save for the fact that the sudden changes in the vault remained unexplained. That being said, their quest was to investigate the current state of White Wolf's Den, not to uncover the root cause of its changes.
You heard him? You put more stock in the words of some guy who can't even be bothered to come down here over our judgment. I got that right?
He sounded like he was ready to draw his sword if it weren't for the other hunters there. As antagonistic as Geen was, his assertion was hard to argue with. In fact, Sven would have been disgruntled too if their roles had been reversed. Next to him, Henrik nervously looked from Sven to Geen and back. Sven slowly looked around the group of hunters.
That's about right.
Geen's eyes bulged, his face turned bright red, and his brows furrowed. He stepped forward as if he was about to clock Sven right in the face when Sven let out a long sigh.
Pathetic.
What did you say?
Just to be clear, we blew that whistle out of our kindness.
Sven watched the faces in the crowd drain of color. The wolves were howling from deep within the cave, as if they were trying to intimidate the intruders who'd suddenly vanished. Sven couldn't help but feel like it was a bad omen.
Grieving souls would not have blown that whistle. Krai would have told you that you're fine. Liz and Luke just wouldn't have cared. Sitri, she would have just sent you guys in and watched. But we are healers. It's not our style to stand by and let people die.
Hunters took their lives into their own hands. While there was an unwritten code for them to work together in dire situations, Sven didn't owe that warning to any of them. Still, he blew the whistle despite expecting backlash like this. And that was why Sven had been so calm throughout this interaction.
Bunch of our clan members will be here soon. Going back into the vault can wait until then. But if you want to kill yourselves, by all means go right ahead. We'll wait here.
Sven waited for Geen to respond, who stood there speechless.
A good payment's of no use to a dead man. This tip's for free, though. You're welcome.
Each member of the investigation would receive a set amount of base pay plus bonuses for coming back with particularly valuable information. This practice of employing multiple parties for a single quest promoted healthy competition among hunters. Geen bit his lip. He knew the reward for a good tip was a significant sum. But while his party had been investigating the vault even before the crosses had arrived, they hadn't found anything worthwhile for a bonus. Although it was unlikely that they would make new discoveries even if they went back into the vault now, he also knew that First Steps' masses would weaken their odds even more. Like many hunters, Geen was driven by greed, at least more so than normies. He hadn't sensed great risk in the current situation, and neither had the other hunters, who were sharing confused looks. Apparently everyone was going through the same thought process as Geen was. This whistle would not have been taken seriously had it not been blown by a famous party.
These phantoms here are wolves. There's no way any slime will be popping up. And who cares, even if one does? We have a magus in our party.
All the hunters except for the crosses would have considered a slime appearing in White Wolf's den highly improbable, if not downright impossible. This shouldn't even have warranted consideration at all.
I'll never forget that day, back when Steps was still in its infancy. Our CM, Krai, invited us to go flower viewing at a spot outside the city.
The gravity in his voice silenced the entire group. Even Gin, who had been furiously grinding his teeth, lent an ear. The other crosses were listening with bitter expressions. Only Henrik among the party curiously watched their party leader.
Going as a group, we won't need bodyguards, he said. But since we're leaving the city, don't forget your weapons, just in case.
What are you talking about?
And that spot we went to became a treasure vault.
His story drew collective gasps from the crowd.
Some of you here might remember when this happened. The lie lines shifted just a little from a previous earthquake, and it caused the lie lines to cross right at the spot we had gone to view the flowers. Has anyone here ever watched a treasure vault materialize in front of their own eyes? That was something. It was like hell itself cracking open, its content oozing up to the surface. Not that you'd ever come across something like that, though.
No one said a word. They couldn't. Hunters were naturally sensitive towards news on treasure vaults. In fact, the appearance of this particular vault had been a big story back when it had had it. Every hunter here seemed to recall hearing about this treasure vault, one so dangerous that most hunters refused to even set foot in despite its proximity to the capital.
You don't mean the garden, do you?
In the mere 3 years since its appearance, this treasure vault had earned a whopping rating of level 7 and the reputation as the worst treasure vault on the outskirts of the capital. The vault had made the news again recently when Ark Rodan had conquered it, but indeed, there were only a handful of hunters who could so much as dream of taking on this treasure vault. Since the garden incident, a rumor had quietly emerged within First Steps. It had seemed outlandish at first, but the rumor had grown to seem more and more believable, as evidence had continued to stack up in its favor.
The 1,000 tricks can see the future.
That's impossible.
Members of First Steps revered the mysterious yet precise foresight of their clan master, but they also feared the 1,000 trials he issued without warning as part of his predictions.
He's got a relic that allows him to. It's just a rumor, and he'll deny it up and down. I only believe in what I see, and that's why I paid a fortune for a pair of sounding stones. To learn his intel as quickly as possible. Huge money's on the line.
Furthermore, Sven knew the free-spirited, untamable, and dare, he said. Feral grievers followed Krai's orders alone. That alone was enough reason to make Sven wary now a hunter. Couldn't survive if they were reckless. Sven could hear a pin drop among the hunters.
There, I've explained myself. And here's one last warning. The 1,000 tricks doesn't bother calling me unless something's serious. So if you still want to keep going, that's your prerogative.
Damn it. These clanmates of yours better show up soon. No one better accuse me of slacking off.
It was so peaceful in the clan master's office now that most members had gone off to that vault, the usually lively clan house had gone quiet. Breaking that silence was Liz, busily buzzing around me restlessly. She hid behind the desk, took sips from the coffee Eva poured, and wrapped her arms around me from behind as she rubbed herself on me.
Hey, Krai BB, when are we leaving? What did you want me to do? I'm all ready now.
That was not very zen of her. Tino sat politely at the sofa, trembling in apparent secondhand embarrassment for her mentor's behavior. Perhaps Liz had noticed my unamused look, and she gave me an unapologetic smile.
Sorry, but it's been so long since we've gone out together.
You're not bothering me. I hated to burst her bubble, but I wasn't about to give her an opportunity to wreak havoc. It wasn't like Liz gave herself any downtime to let her destructive energy build up or anything, but she'd caused carnage the likes I hadn't seen even among the roughest and toughest hunters out there. Her bloodbaths were so bad that even hunters at her level avoided her. The other hunters involved in the quest would not take kindly to her behavior. Not that Liz would care about her reputation, but there was no point letting it plummet any further.
Ooh, I couldn't show you my full power last time. I just can't wait to have you watch me fight, crybaby. Promise you'll watch me fight?
Her eyes were nearly tearing up. Uh-huh. I had watched her fight, and I'd had my fill from last time. Ever since my friends and I had started training to become hunters, Liz had always come to show off her progress to me whenever she felt she'd improved. I'd showered her with compliments as long as I could, until one day when she'd started going so fast I couldn't follow her movements with my eyes anymore. That, though, was a secret I'd kept to myself. She hadn't come to show me any new tricks in a while, so I thought she had gotten tired of it, but apparently she had not.
But, Lizzie, I don't think any phantom there will be worthy of your I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me, Master.
Tino's comment had been stifled by Liz's murderous glare. Let This Grieving Soul Retire, by Chukakaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. What an unstable mentor. I wouldn't be offended by Tino interrupting me. And she hasn't even interrupted anything, really. I thought as I stroked the back of Liz's hand as her arm wrapped around me from behind.
Don't be stupid, T. What crybaby has in mind for me isn't trivial. The level of that vault doesn't even matter at this point. Remember your place? T, how dare you assume crybaby's intentions?
Crap. She's raising the bar higher and higher. She should have known well by now I'm a pacifist. Getting worried, I decided to try diverting her enthusiasm. I like doing dumb things. Want to go on a date?
Yes, that's not dumb.
Liz nearly screamed in excitement, despite already having gone on a date with me twice recently, she said, her cheeks rosy, and her eyes glimmering with expectation. I almost felt bad for suggesting it. Tino, whom Liz had been treating with less respect than she would a patch of dirt, was staring at the floor as she shook on the couch. Liz's mood directly affected how she treated Tino. Hopefully this would help Tino out. It was the least I could do since Liz had brought torment and hellfire down on her.
I thought Master has a task freak.
She cowered. Stop threatening her every time she talks, Liz. Poor Tino.
I didn't threaten her. T's flinching all on her own. Besides, T's a good girl. She would never make me angry, would you, T?
Tino was now losing her mind with fear. If only Liz could be calm like Sitri. While I stroked Liz's arm to soothe her, I considered my options. Tino had a solid point. Even though I really didn't feel like it, I did promise to catch up with the hunters at White Wolf's Den. The timing would be tricky, though. I glanced at the clock. Still too early. And I have a slime to find. There were too many jobs on my plate. I wasn't qualified for that. I felt like barfing. But of course, I only had myself to blame for all of them. Perhaps I should tell Ava the truth about the Sitri slime and have her come up with a brilliant solution. My thoughts whirled in my mind. I leaned back into my chair as if to hide my burning anxiety. There was this inexplicable urge in me to kowtow and apologize. Things would have been a little easier if the other grievers had been here. My friends were both the best hunters the clan had and my emotional support system.
What's wrong, crybaby? You looked worried.
Did I? Nothing's wrong.
You want to talk to me about it?
This isn't good. Apparently I looked so worried that Liz was concerned for me. I was their leader. The least I could do was to provide stability for my party. Just wondering what everyone's up to, especially Sitri. She's pretty late now, isn't she? The slime was one thing, but I also needed my relics charged by Lucia. In a sense, it now seemed like a blessing in disguise that Liz had ditched the treasure vault to come home. Even having just one griever around did wonders for my mental health.
You're so nice, crybaby, but I don't mind if she doesn't come back for a while longer.
She pressed the back of my head between her breasts and slid a hand down my shirt. I could feel her slender finger gliding over my skin.
We haven't gotten to spend time like this in so long. and I want you all to myself a little longer. And City always gets in our way, you know?
I didn't remember Sitri doing that, and I thought I'd spent more time with Liz than with any other friend of mine. All I could do for my friends was to be their emotional support. So I didn't mind usually when Liz came to me, but she'd gone a little too far with the physical contact if you ask me. Tina was also in the room. I could see Tino kept glancing at us curiously. Just when I was about to gently redirect her energy, Liz's fingers stopped tickling my chest.
Wait, why?
What's the matter? She released my head from her soft peaks and stared at the door.
Is it over already? Is this what you were waiting for? I was wondering why you kept glancing at the clock.
What? Over already? Did she sense something? As a thief, she specialized in sniffing things out from a distance. Did she mean the investigation? I doubted even she could tell what was going on in White Wolf's den from here, and I had just sent out the additional hunters, but I had no other guess. If this was the case, it'd be great news to me. That was one less thing that would make me want to barf. What talented friends I have. I'm glad they kind even out my uselessness. I was grinning at this silly thought when the door quietly opened.
I'm home,
Announced an unexpected voice, a quiet, soothing voice.
Why did you come back alone so soon? You could have taken your time. Isn't it your job to prep and clean up?
Liz frowned and let out an aggressive sigh.
Jeez. You ditched us to come home alone too, Liz. You are in no position to be mad about that.
Through the door came a person wearing an oversized, somber-colored coat concealing her silhouette. On her back, she wore a large gray backpack that was impervious to stains. Her hair, the same color as Liz's, was in a neatly trimmed shoulder bob. Her downturned eyes gave off a gentle look below her bangs that reached just below her brow. She was Sitri Smart, Level 2 Alchemist, the brains of grieving souls. She was usually tasked with reconnaissance, prep work, and cleanup tasks. I'd long awaited her return. If Liz was the sun, Sitri was the moon. Sitri didn't burst with brilliant rays, but there was a tranquil beauty about her.
I'm sorry for the delay, Krai.
Sitri lowered her backpack, smiled at me, and said, "Welcome home." Sitri. My brain was working again. My smile grew in response to hers, and I set aside all my questions for the moment. What brings you back?
I had a bad feeling about something,
Answered the biggest brain in our party quietly. Sitri was brilliant. She always acted logically, in a way that made it hard to believe that she was sisters with Liz, whose fists moved faster than the synapses in her brain. In fact, Sitri was usually the one who kept the Griever's improvisational tendencies in check. She was the weakest Griever in combat, next to me of course, but that was how things usually were with alchemists. Her wisdom more than made up for her lack of power. Liz, unamused, watched her sister while Tino hid behind the sofa.
I sense something big is about to happen, something very bad. I thought you'd require my assistance, so I asked for my leave from the expedition. Unlike my sister here, I didn't ask to return just to see you. Of course I did miss you. Am I off the mark at all, Krai?
Her out-of-the-box thinking, and more than anything, her lightning-fast wit made Sitri a genius in a completely different way than her sister. Sitri probably saw the world in a much different light than I did. In fact, she was so transcendent that her expansive knowledge was also praised by numerous academic institutions. Sitri had crazy good instincts, so good that I never knew anyone whose hunch was more accurate than hers. Based on my personal experience, her hunches were almost always accurate, especially when they were foreboding.
Powerful enemy, my enemy has appeared. We have to crush it before it grows any stronger, Krai.
Sitri clutched the ends of her sleeves and glanced at her sister and Tino as she said, "Does she know about the slime? But regardless, this is good. Sitri always showed up when you needed her the most. I shall tap into that brilliant mind of hers again. Liz, Tino, can you excuse us? I gotta have a serious conversation with Sitri."
Wow! No fair. I want to hear too.
Oh, Lizzie. Let's go. Master has said so. You can't possibly disobey.
Brave little Tino took the disgruntled Liz by her hand. I owe her ice cream sometime. Once we were alone in the room, I began to explain the tricky predicament I found myself in lately. I felt reassured by Sitri, who had been smiling confidently, even though she must have sensed the gist of what I was telling her. Sitri engrossed herself in thought and closed her eyes. Back when we were kids, she'd been a quiet girl who was always reading a book. While her eyes and hair were of the same color as Liz's, there were some differences between them. Sitri was a bit taller and more well-endowed. She also wasn't tanned, and she looked gentler than Liz. Still, there were plenty of times when they obviously acted like sisters. After a few minutes of silence, Sitri smiled at me. She must have finished organizing her thoughts. Her eyes were ablaze like her sisters often were.
I'm sorry, I hadn't expected this. I didn't think the slime would grow this much. The capsule was made from a metal furthest from it in composition.
Wait, grow?
Slime's evolutionary speed, in other words, their ability to adapt to their environment, is among the highest of all organisms. As you know, the slime I gave you is one that I'd engineered to enhance its evolutionary speed.
Well, it did turn out to be a failure.
She spoke like I should have known it, but, as a matter of fact, I didn't know. Alchemists were really scholars. Sitri's desire for the unknown far outshone her sister's. She'd remained calm and collected even as I'd told her my devastating mistake. Maybe she'd even expected me to let the slime get away. So could it have adapted to slip out of the metallic capsule?
Yes, there's such a possibility, though it really outperformed my expectations.
Why have you given me something like that? Keep an eye on that yourself. I thought to myself, though I dared not say it out loud because I still thought it was more likely for me to have made some blunder than for a slime to have escaped a sealed metal capsule. Sitri and I went down to my room. She cast her glance all over my neatly made bed and my organized rows of relics, rather than focusing on the safe that had once held the slime. I've scoured the room up and down already, so there's no point reinvestigating the place.
Even if it did make it out of the capsule, it shouldn't have slipped out of your relic safe. That space inside the Faultless Fortress is on a different phase than the space surrounding it. It should have taken the slime a substantial amount of time to overcome that through physical evolution, and there shouldn't have been enough materials for it to evolve enough intellectually to unlock the safe from the inside by itself either. It should have also taken it a long time to learn to pass through objects, and its adaptability should have only allowed it to pass through the metallium alloy its capsule was made of.
Sorry, can you give me a summary?
Most likely the slime had been hiding in the safe outside the capsule, and it escaped when you opened the safe. Am I correct?
How am I supposed to know? Wait, does that mean the slime was right there by my hand when I reached into the safe to grab the capsule? The interior of the safe was unlit, and I'd been in a hurry, so that had been very possible. I felt a shiver going down my spine. A slime that could annihilate the entire capital. One whose mere traces the phantoms were afraid of. That thing was right by my hand in my room at some point? How am I still alive?
I did adjust it to not attack you.
The only things she'd told me were that the thing was dangerous and for me to hold on to it. This wasn't something she should have skimped on when explaining. Oh, okay, so it is safe to touch?
Well, to us at least, no matter how much I tweaked it, I could only mark 2 targets to be excluded as its prey. But to be frank, Krai, that thing is too dangerous to be used as a trial of yours. I'm very flattered that you're using my creation, but it'll be quite the disaster if it gets registered as a phantom by the world.
What in the world are you talking about? So Sitri and I were safe, but it would attack anyone else indiscriminately. No way, I thought to myself. No way the brilliant alchemist would hand off a defective monster like that to me. But on the other hand, Sitri did have a track record of losing perspective when it came to her experiments. Sitri looked around at the walls and floor, then headed to the door to my bathroom at the end of the room.
There are no vents nor drains in this room, but it's still a slime, so it'd instinctively prefer moisture. I believe it had gone into the bathroom. Most likely had escaped through the drain. Do I have that right?
I keep the door closed when I'm not in here.
Gaining mass within the Faultless Fortress wasn't easy for it being completely severed from the outside world, but it could easily crawl under a normal door. Isn't that right, Krai?
Uh-huh. I was going to barf. She kept asking me for confirmation, but the only thing I could honestly confirm was that I knew nothing about this slime. Does Sitri really think I am the kind of person who can easily foresee all this? And hold on, this is a disaster. The drain in the bathroom leads to the sewage system connecting the entire city.
Unlike normal slimes, that slime can easily survive the sewers. There'll be plenty of bugs and small animals for it to feed on. If it had acclimated to the dark interiors of the safe, it should also prefer dark places. Not likely that we've suffered any human casualties yet. I see. You've thought out every step of the way, haven't you?
Yeah, whatever she was talking about. The point I'd caught was that this thing likely hadn't killed anyone yet. Ha ha ha, I quietly sighed in relief. The worst-case scenario had been avoided. But that being said, even with my non-genius mind, I could imagine that scouring the sewers for it would be a lot of work. Who knew if the thing was still alive, even? I doubted either of us could spot it if it hid into the sewage. We couldn't give up on trying to find it, though. Sitri was back in her thoughts, her eyes closed. I kept quiet so as to not disturb her, and she soon opened her eyes.
I see. I understand. Please leave this to me. And about another matter.
I'll let you handle it if you say so, but is there something else? I'd let her handle it since she'd offered, but I wondered what else had to be taken care of so urgently. Sitri leaned her body against mine. While she was taller than Liz, she was still shorter than average, and so shorter than me. From her, I could smell traces of a sweet herb.
I think I know the cause behind the changes to White Wolf's den. Indeed, very dangerous. The entire investigation team may end up dead.
Rolling in were several wagons, each adorned with First Steps' crest. These wagons were drawn by hefty armored horses, animals trained to remain calm even under the eerie aura of treasure vaults. From the caravan, passengers, Steps, hunters disembarked. There was no uniformity among them save for the clan's crest they each wore in one way or another. These hunters looked neither free-spirited nor happy-go-lucky as they usually were. Their serious expressions and efficient movements appeared like a military battalion on a suicide mission. The hunters who'd been exploring White Wolf's den, except for the members of Obsidian Cross, watched with flabbergasted expressions as the reinforcements arrived. They'd expected a grim march of hunters, but certainly not reinforcements of this multitude. Never had such a large team of hunters set foot in White Wolf's den simultaneously before.
How many hunters did you call? What? Are they trying to bring the whole vault down?
Gene, who'd been cursing and grumbling as he waited for their arrival, was taken aback. A treasure vault encompassed the entire area on which it stood. Therefore, destroying a vault's structures underground or otherwise did not erase it from the map by any means. Tampering with the ley lines below a treasure vault could theoretically destroy it for good, but that wasn't realistic. Despite that, these hunters emanated such powerful determination that the thought of them obliterating the entire vault had crossed Gein's mind. Lyle, a young man with deep features, jumped out of the leading wagon and ran up to Swen. He was a year younger and was lower in level than Swen, but members of First Steps were all of equal rank within the clan.
Hey, Sven, how's it? Nothing has happened yet. Is anyone in charge? We could do our own thing, but desperate times.
Meanwhile, the other hunters swiftly climbed off of the wagons and spread out in formation, ready to defend the area. A hunting party, by design, was supposed to be complete and balanced on its own. Hunters from multiple parties would never follow a common leader under normal circumstances. But in an operation of this magnitude, operating without at least a common direction could lead to unnecessary casualties.
Crosses are top dogs. Your party's the highest level here. Krai told us to follow your lead. I know Krai never shows up for these things, but where's Liz? I know she'd kill to be here. Krai took her and Tino aside. He's got another gig for them. That's fortunate.
Sven decided not to ask how that had gone down, and he said he was curious about what the gig Krai had in mind for Liz was, but he pushed that thought to the back of his mind. At any rate, he'd take the win that Liz and her destructive lack of consideration for her clanmates wouldn't jeopardize the job at hand. Sven had seen Liz as the crazed thief who actively sought out mortal danger, and as a stupid, self-centered hunter who could kick asses but wouldn't give nor follow orders. Only another griever could reason with her. In other words, she'd make either a terrifying foe or a catastrophic ally.
Gather round. We're making a plan.
At first glance, a slime was easily mistaken for a puddle. They were highly viscous monsters that lived in humid environments. They had no muscle, no bone, and no blood. As much as they didn't look like so, slimes seemed to be somehow sentient. They slid slowly on the ground, catching and digesting small bugs with their bodies. Slimes were magical creatures that could exist naturally, but were also known to be generated by alchemists. Yet, despite them being magical creatures, Sven had always considered them unworthy of even a second thought. They could barely even be considered a monster. Slimes were terribly weak to both physical and magic attacks. In fact, their liquid structures were so very frail that they were easily split by a human with one swipe of a finger. And once a slime split, only the half containing its core would remain operational, leaving the other half a literal puddle. While slimes were acidic enough to digest small insects and the like, they wouldn't pose any threat to a human even if slimes swallowed them whole. And indeed, slimes were so weak that even normies considered them to be harmless. Frankly, treasure hunters who had nearly superhuman strength would find it a challenge to lose to a slime even if they tried, and that was why some hunters didn't even consider slimes to be monsters.
Has anyone here fought a slime before?
Nope. No. Never. You don't really fight them, do you? I've accidentally...
Sven frowned at the dismayed hunters. The members of Obsidian Cross had fought monsters and phantoms of all shapes and sizes, more so than most of the other parties gathered here, and yet they'd never fought a slime. But slimes weren't all identical either. Sven had heard rumors of a bizarre treasure vault in the Far East that only spawned slimes, even slimes powerful enough to kill hunters. Until today, those slimes seemed to only exist in the realm of rumors.
Slime! Of all things! I'd rather take on a dragon.
I wouldn't go that far.
Sven wasn't laughing. With thorough preparation and willingness to risk their lives, the Crosses had once fought and won a bitter victory over a dragon, but not over a slime. To put it simply, Sven had no clue what to expect. He couldn't even guess how this bizarre slime would attack, what its weaknesses were, or how he could gain an edge over it in battle.
Anyone want to suggest a way to deal with this slime?
Around the circle, the hunters responded with utter seriousness.
My usual sword, since cuts do well against them. Brought my hammer, heard blunt impacts do well too. I'll crush its core. Our Magus's fire magic will fry it up. It won't stand a chance against my wind magic. Bought a can of slime repellent, 700 guild, available over the counter. Not sure if it works, though. I'll crush it with my shield.
Of course, their responses did nothing to quell Sven's concerns. The slime repellent aside, everything could deal with slimes. Likewise, Sven's bow and arrow wasn't always the easiest remedy for slimes, but shooting through their cores would get the job done at any rate. With his superb skills, Sven could shoot 100 slimes in their cores without fail, no matter how small they were.
Did Krai say anything else?
There wasn't enough information for him to work with, and Krai had a long track record of leaving out crucial information.
Just that it's not a normal slime. Damn it, I knew that. Why does he always have to drip feed information? Every damn time. We asked him, but he just says he doesn't know.
This was Krai's go-to tactic. And what's worse, he really looked like he didn't know. Sven had to admit. His clan master had a stone-cold poker face. Silence befell the hunters.
This is stupid. We aren't going to contemplate the slime to death. I don't care if your CM can see the future or whatever. We've got the manpower now and we've got a job to do. If you bunched a two chicken to do it, we'll take care of the slime, if it ever shows.
The First Steps hunters remained silent and just turned to Geen with pitying looks. G had expected some pushback, especially from these hunters who must have pride in their work. At this unexpected response, Geen twitched his cheek.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Don't you get it? We all think you'll be the first casualty. Just know that I've tried to stop you. I've tried. Don't come back to haunt me, all right? And don't die in vain. At least pass on some info on the thing. We'll avenge your death.
You're all nuts. What are you going to do if nothing happens after all?
Sven ignored the question and returned his attention to the Steps hunters. At the end of the day, each hunter was responsible for their own actions and life. Sven had always striven to minimize hunter casualties on any quest. But he was ready to accept that a sacrifice may be necessary in this case to gain information on the target.
No concrete idea then. Then let's...
As he was about to continue, Sven spotted a small hand raised along the outer edge of their circle. Another large hunter was obscuring the owner of the hand, But when he noticed Sven looking in his direction, he moved aside to reveal a timid-looking girl behind him. The girl looked rather reserved. Her eyes were concealed deep within her hood, but still, flickers of crimson shone from glimpses of her hair and eyes. Interestingly, she wore a pair of glasses, an apparel uncommon for hunters, with a thick rim. Sven didn't recognize the girl, who must have been his clanmate.
What is it?
The girl shook as if the question had stung her before quietly answering.
I'm Talia Whitman, an alchemist.
Alchemist? I didn't realize we had another alchemist in our clan but Sitri.
Sven's reaction made Talia shrink further into her hood. Alchemists specialized in manipulating material through a combination of science and magic. They were usually a powerful asset to any party or clan, but a good alchemist required vast knowledge and deep pockets, making them rarer still among hunters than archers. Most of them were contracted to national academic institutions, or trading companies that handled chemicals, and Sitri, the infamous alchemist of Grieving Souls, was definitely the exception.
I'm still a level 3. Sitri and I are the only alchemists in the clan. We're usually in the lab together.
She would look more at home at a library than at a treasure vault. But then, Sven couldn't think of anyone who could aid them better in this quest. Slimes were among alchemists' specialties, after all, and that was why Talia spoke up. A girl similar in age to Talia, most likely a party mate of hers, was patting Talia's shoulder as if to encourage her. She didn't look all that imposing, but her level indicated that she could handle herself in the field at the bare minimum. Sven wondered if all alchemists were oddballs. He was beginning to see a pattern between Sitri and Talia, but that didn't matter. Sven was desperate.
Alchemy is a mix of science and magic. It's a vast field of study. Slimes and other magical creatures are a part of that. Slimes aren't the most popular subject of study, but Sitri and I had been researching them until very recently.
Studying slimes, you say? Any weakness?
The situation has taken a turn for the better. But did Krai plan all of this? He thought for a brief moment. Either way, this was a much-needed bout of good luck. From a potion pouch twice the size of the average pouch worn by hunters, Talia carefully produced a glass cylinder. Within it, a dark-colored liquid slightly swirled.
This chemical kills slimes. It won't work on any other monster, but it will kill 99% of anything categorized as a slime.
Talia's eyes widened behind her glasses, and her breathing hastened.
Quiet cheers came from the battalion. This was exactly what they'd been hoping for.
Sven was amazed by the chemical at first, but he soon frowned as he observed the cylinder once again.
That is impressive.
But is it safe? He wondered. He'd never heard of a chemical that killed only slimes. And to begin with, why would she have something like that, especially when slimes could be killed with just about anything? Besides, Krai had only announced that their target was a slime mere hours ago. It didn't seem plausible that Talia could have concocted this chemical in just that amount of time. Also, their target was no ordinary slime, or so Sven had been told. It all seemed too convenient, especially since Talia was a level 3. She was still very green compared to Sven. If she had been Sitri, Sven might have felt differently. Sitri was a perfectionist. In fact, she was perfect at her craft. Despite her now low level, Sitri's prowess was well known to most in the clan through the occasional potions she handed out. But ultimately, Sven didn't trust Talia's abilities enough to make her potion the ace up his sleeve. And by their looks, the other hunters shared Sven's sentiment.
Don't worry, Sven. I didn't make the Sitri did. I've only asked for a vial so I can study it further. She said she'd pay 1 billion guild for any slime that this doesn't work on.
Talia chuckled, and spoke with confidence this time. Through their careers of hunting monsters and phantoms, members of Obsidian Cross were often praised for their bravery. Despite that, Sven Anger always thought the true key to his party's success lay in their carefulness. The Crosses were strong, but not so when compared to the other insanely powerful parties of their generation, namely Grieving Souls and Arc Brave. While those parties had blown through every obstacle in their path with raw power and talent, Obsidian Cross managed to barely keep up with them only through careful decision-making. If the strength of Grieving Souls lay in their fearlessness of death, the strength of Obsidian Cross lay in the exact opposite. The Crosses had vanquished many powerful foes through the kind of meticulous preparation they displayed today. Deciphering Krai's cryptic foresight, spending a small fortune on sounding stones just to stay on top of the intel, and forming detailed plans when working with other parties, While their process was the polar opposite of how normies imagined hunters to operate, it was undeniably professional. Standing before the entrance to White Wolf's den, the hunters were wrapping up their preparations for the charge. And in the center stood the members of Obsidian Cross, charged with commanding the entire battalion. The crosses were clothed in their namesake obsidian armor crafted with cutting-edge technology. Resilient against both blunt impact and magic, obsidian was supposedly the material most similar to that of relics. Sven's highly trained muscles shook under his armor, not from fear but from the anticipation of the challenge ahead. Sven never suffered from delusions of grandeur in his abilities. Sure, he was a highly skilled hunter with a moniker, but he had no ability like Krai's precognition nor strength to single-handedly decimate an entire army like Ark's. Regardless, he was a hunter to the core. In total, 12 parties had congregated outside White Wolf's den. And with an average party size of 6, there were less than 100 of them there. That wasn't an impressive number for a military battalion, but every one of them was a hunter trained by the treasure vaults. Their experience spoke louder than numbers, especially with several of them wielding relics as their weapons. Yet not one of them had let their guard down. First Steps hunters knew full well the perilousness 1,000 trials could bring, while the rest were afflicted by the intensity of the Steps hunters. Being a cavernous vault, White Wolf's den was particularly ill-suited for large battalions trying to march straight in with all swords blazing. In fact, the same went for many other treasure vaults, and that very property had shaped many of the treasure hunting industry's standard operating procedures. Sven's plan was simple. In fact, he didn't have much choice. The parties would disperse and clear the vault with utmost caution. Each party would be designated to investigate a specific area. Meanwhile, parties would communicate through whistles. By blowing their whistles a certain number of times in a row, hunters would be able to send different messages throughout the cave. An alarm would be sounded in case of any unexpected event, and the battalion would evacuate the vault to regroup. And if anyone found the slime, they were to try to lure it outside if possible, where the entire battalion could take it on together. Even when no discoveries were made, the parties would reconvene outside the vault at scheduled times. If any hunter failed to return on time, they would be presumed dead, killed before they had a chance to blow their whistle. While each party would still be at risk of being taken out in the vault, Sven hoped to avoid the worst-case scenario where the mysterious slime wiped out the entire battalion at once. Parties not entering the vault would remain outside as backup, guarding the entrance all the while, of course. This elaborate plan might seem unbelievably disciplined for a mishmash of parties, but it was laid out assuming that they'd be in for the long haul. They couldn't risk it, especially when they had no information on the target to speak of.
Guess we're lucky to know about the slime at all, thought Sven. We can brace ourselves now at least. Trial this and trial that. Damn you, Krai, for leaving us in charge of this. I'm gonna kick his ass when we get back.
Sven clicked his tongue again and glowered at the treasure vault.
Nah, you're too scared of the stifled shadow to do that.
Shut up. How am I supposed to hit her with a normal arrow? I'm doomed in that matchup.
With the vial of slime killer in hand, Talia stood by with her party at some distance away from the vault entrance. She struggled to control her breathing. She was nervous, even though she was only the backup plan. If the target really was a slime, any of these hunters should be able to eliminate it without issue. They'd break the vial only if they ran out of other options. What alchemists lacked in combat strength, they made up for in their ability to solve problems with thorough preparations. And so, knowing Sitri well, Sven trusted Sitri's product to get the job done.
Who's Sitri? Sounded like everyone knows her.
Meanwhile, Henrik approached him and said,
"Oh, you haven't met her yet."
When Henrik had joined Obsidian Cross half a year ago, Grieving Souls had already been the top dog. Renowned hunters often wore multiple hats, but none wore more than the brilliant alchemist Sitri did. She'd been so busy that people seldom encountered her in the clan house lounge anymore, and they gradually stopped talking about her.
She barely comes out nowadays.
But, hidden deep under her gaze, the hint of fear flickered. Adoration and fear came hand in hand to those with extraordinary abilities. Sven received looks of both on a daily basis, and he assumed his party members had experienced the same. Sitri Smart was no exception. She had the kind of talent that everyone, even the extremely talented alchemists of the capital, couldn't help but envy. Sven met Henrik's timid gaze. The reserved look in his eyes somewhat overlapped with Sitri's gaze in his memory. Sven held his breath for a moment before frowning.
In short, Sitri's a strong weakling.
A strong weakling?
Sitri was strong, brilliant, talented, and above all she was so peculiar that no one truly understood her. To all appearances, she was a friendly girl, but all who interacted with her couldn't suppress a nagging feeling about her. But now that Sitri had fallen from grace, First Steps members had stopped mentioning her in conversation as if they wanted to forget her entirely. As a result, now some members of the clan, like Henrik, hadn't even heard of her at all.
Several parties, including ours, were persuaded by Sitri to help establish First Steps. You know, she once was the second highest in level among the Grievers, after only Krai.